Hey there! Welcome to Casa de Maggie. I thought I'd kill some time doing what I do best. I sort of forgot you were coming over, or I would have cleaned up. Oh well. You're probably wondering what we've got jammed into this issue. First, we went up to Electronic Arts in Vancouver to see how SSX Tricky was coming along. After watching this segment, be sure and check out the demo in the vault. Then we asked the producer of Hot Shots Golf to show us what it takes to make a US version of a Japanese game. If you ever wanted to be a musician but you're lacking in talent, then the PlayStation 2 could be your instrument of choice.
So killer, dude.
Check out our segment on frequency and maybe you can develop those musical chops you never knew you had. And for those die-hard RPG fans, the development team at Square gave us a sneak peek at Final Fantasy X. Well, I've got a few more demos to try in the vault, so I hope you don't mind letting yourselves out. Happy gaming, and I'll see you next issue.
After almost a full year of playing SSX, we felt that we were ready to hit the slopes ourselves and put what we learned in the game to good use. We were wrong.
Yeah!
While nursing our bruises, we were glad to hear that the folks at EA Canada had spent that year working on SSX Tricky.
SSX Tricky is the world of SSX a year later. The world circuit is back on this year. We have 6 of the original riders coming back and 6 new riders joining the season as well. We've got 2 new venue locations and all last year's stops on the tour are back as well.
Over the course of the year, you can expect normal mountain or real mountain would have some considerable changes. We tried to reflect the same kind of thing in our courses, but we also did a lot of deliberate work to try and make them a lot more fun and really enhance the show-off aspect of the game as well. Give the player a lot of opportunity to pull more tricks.
Garibaldi is a dramatic run.
Well, we couldn't wait to get our hands on the game, so the first thing we checked out was the new tracks.
Garibaldi is a new first course. One of the things we discovered with last year's game was that we wanted a much more forgiving first track. Large air, big drops, very fast speeds, with very wide bank turns and that. So it gives a much more compelling first experience for people to kind of get their bearings on the track.
We tried to make it easy enough for the first-time user, and yet we kept hidden shortcuts and certain elements that are very effective for the experienced user as well. We have a huge drop right off the bat. It's about 300 or so meters free fall. So yeah, it's a great new track.
Not only are there new courses to explore, but a whole new crew of riders to choose from.
Out of the 6 new characters we've got, Simon is probably one of my favorites. Last year I felt we had a lot of, pretty mainstream sort of characters. This guy brings a real element of danger or unpredictability to the mix, which is something that we're really happy with.
This is the start! Ooh, Simon says, big hairy freaking deal. I am the man!
Luther Dwayne is a good old boy, and he thinks he's quite the competitor.
You look like you need protection, you namby-pamby, scissor freak, chumpy boot, wimp.
His sheer size is the thing you need to look out for there, as well as his attitude.
You want rough? I'll give you rough.
And you really just try and make sure that your biggest visual cues are going to come across, particularly from your rear view, which is the gameplay view for the most part. So looking at a character's butt down a hill all the time, it better look good. So I guess Luther Dwayne is probably a good example of that. He's got quite a sizable crack showing in the game.
One of my favorite new characters is a character that's been described as kind of dorky cool. His name's Eddie Wachowski. He's got a red afro. Upon physical first impressions, you're kind of going, what a dork. After you kind of get a little bit of a sense of his dialogue and his delivery and things like this, he's not so bad. He's just got his own style, his own thing going on. Eddie's voiced by David Arquette.
You're not really picking me, are you? Just kidding!
And that was a huge contributor to the overall sense of Eddie the character.
That felt worse than it looked.
Besides David Arquette, other celebrities that were involved in the game included Lucy Liu.
This is gonna be very interesting.
Billy Zane.
May Buddha wax your way to victory.
Oliver Platt. And Macy Gray.
Oh, look at them shoes! Where you get them shoes?
The surprising thing for me personally was that a lot of them were familiar with the game and had actually played it quite a bit.
Top of the world, man!
David Arquette was quite familiar with it. Macy Gray plays with her son.
Don't sweat me, look me over, check me out.
A lot of them sit in studios and voice over movies that they work on anyway, because all that stuff has to be redone after they shoot it all. So they're used to sitting in a studio and reading scripts and really putting a lot of effort into how they deliver it. So it was pretty neat to see, actually.
I got what you need right here, baby!
Let's ride.
All right, let's go! Yo, what's up with that?
The improved character development is not only in the voiceover, but can be seen in the artificial intelligence.
We found that in last year's game, the pack separated reasonably quickly, and you didn't really get much of that passing people in the corners because you typically only had one guy off in the distance and maybe one person behind you. So with the 6 riders that are on the field, we worked out a much more tight racing environment. The second aspect of it that I'm really quite excited about has to do with the aggression AI. Last year we had a little bit of random probability of other riders getting a little physical with you. This year we've created a real dynamic environment to that. So they react to you based on your pre-established relationship with them as friends, enemies, and neutrals.
With no friends in the lineup, you better be careful out there today.
These characters know each other. There's animosity in some cases, there's alliances in other cases. You push your friends around, they're going to ask you what's going on, they're going to talk to you.
I thought we were friends!
You push your enemy around, and that guy's going to come after you. He's going to kick your butt down the hill.
Each one of them has a tolerance and an aggression value. The tolerance has to do with how many times you hit them before they react. There's 3 levels of reaction. One is a verbal response, the second is a little bit of a physical and verbal response, and the third level is a seek and destroy response. It's playing awesome. We're just in love with it.
Sound and music can really make the video game experience immersive. In SSX Tricky, they've taken it a step further.
EA Sports a couple of years ago built a bunch of software that we use in-house, which enables us to take music and make it change depending on events driven from the game. When we get the songs for the game, we go, actually what we could really use is your multi-tracks, and we remix the multi-tracks to give us a couple different levels of intensity on the song. So the high level would be like the standard tune that you're hearing, but if you're boarding really bad, you might take out like a guitar riff or take the bass out, so it's just like drums. And so the software actually changes this all up like on the fly. So this interactive music software that we have is this like state of the art. I mean, it's changing the music every bar depending on how well you're doing.
The interactive music is definitely cool, but what really makes you feel that you are in the game and not just playing it is the fact that the audio is in 4-channel surround sound.
We spent a lot of time this year kind of sorting out how to do DTS surround.
So what it does to the sound is you've got boarders coming in from behind you. They'll start talking at you and you can hear them coming up on your back, or if you hit something, it'll fly by you and it sounds like it's going by in full theater style sound. Once you start listening to DTS digital, it's really hard to go back to stereo because it sounds so good. It's really immersive. It's like you're in the middle of the game.
Well, luckily for us, a bruised ego was the worst of our injuries. But at least we're in top physical condition for another winter on the SSX circuit.
Hi, my name is Jesse with the 3DO Company, and today I'm going to show you a cool move for Portal Runner for the PlayStation 2. In Portal Runner, it's very important for the player to obtain 100% of the gems collected in every single level. This opens up bonuses and Easter eggs later on as you finish the game. Let me show you how. In many of the levels, it's not very evident where gems are. You can find gems just sitting out on the ground, just like this. However, if you collect all of them, you'll notice that it doesn't add up to 100%. However, there are certain things that you can do to find the secret areas that generate gems. In this level, there are 3 piñatas hanging in the air. Shoot every single one. And it opens up the secret gems. Stand on the portal, and this will help you get 100% of all gems in the level. However, the key thing to remember throughout the whole game is that there are many things in each level that you can shoot, and it will generate secrets. So again, in Portal Runner, if you see something in the level that you can shoot, shoot it. This will be helpful for you to get 100% of all gems collected within the level, and this will open up Easter eggs and bonuses later on in the game.
Hello, my name is Nathan from the TIP team in Consumer Service. Today I will show you a cool move for the game Eco for your PlayStation 2. The problem we have here is getting across the large chasm by the giant windmill. I'm going to show you how it's done. Take a look. We see the chasm directly ahead of us and the lever we need to reach on the other side. To get to that lever we need to travel to the top of the windmill, and in doing so we need to leave the princess here because she can't make that trip. We'll go ahead and travel around the pond here over to this small staircase, or what's left of it. At the top of the staircase we find a door. Unfortunately that's locked, so we'll take the hard route up. Climb up this ledge and shimmy over to the right, and once we reach the other side we will find 3 more ledges directly above us. We're going to climb up all 3 levels until you gain your footing on the final larger level. Make your way to the other side of the tower, turn around and face the windmill blades. We want to jump to the center of the windmill blade and grab on the post there. And we want to shimmy to the right, nice and slow so you do not lose your grip. Make your way to the top. And once you get above the structure, go ahead and press your triangle button to jump away from the windmill blade. Now we've made it to the top, and from here it's pretty easy sailing. Just follow the path, past the save couch there, along the wall. We're going to pass the idle doorway that we will return to once we get the princess, down to where we find the lever. Go ahead and press your circle button to pull the lever, and you'll see a cinema of the bridge emerging from the wall. Now it doesn't go all the way across, so we need to jump down to the bridge, slowly travel to its edge. Go ahead and press your R1 button to extend your hand and help the princess across. From there you can travel back to the idle doorway. The princess will work her magic, open the door, and you're one step closer to escaping the castle. Now that you've seen it done, go ahead and try it yourself. Good luck.
Hi, I'm Steve Anthony, an assistant producer with Electronic Arts Canada, and I'm working on SSX Tricky. I'm going to take you guys through a couple of Eddie Wachowski's Uber tricks today. So we'll go right into the game here. First thing you'll notice is that the adrenaline bar on the right hand side is all filled up. That means my Uber tricks are ready to go. So go up, want to hold down X to max out the jump, hit R1 and then square. So that was the hand-to-hand air Uber trick. So the key is always just to keep landing the tricks. You'll always maintain your adrenaline bar being maxed out, which is what you want. As long as that tricky is spinning, you're good to go. And I'll do it again. Here's holding down L1, hold it, and then square into the gut buster. And that's the way to do sweet tricks in SSX Tricky. Enjoy.
Well, rumors are true. This whole acting thing and getting your own TV show, this is merely to supply me with the money for my video game Jones.
I like Miss Pac-Man.
No. Slam it, shoot it, power up, kill. Twisted Metal Black kicks all kinds of butt. Dark Angel, dope. Motor Mayhem, Unreal Tournament. I would love to be, like 7 foot tall. I'm able to turn invisible with a cloaking device. I've got guns and a shotgun or something on my arm. That'd be dope. NBA Street, that is my game right now. I would so dig being a video game voice.
All right, and now the aggro crag. Player 1, victory.
So if anyone's watching and you want me on your video game, hook a brother up, call me. I just pimped myself out. Stop, Wayne. Shut up, girl. I mean, it's a horrible choice. It's like telling me that I can't eat, but you'd give me $1 million. At that point, just give me a burger and let's call it a day. Come on, Shaq, show him. Fake out, alley-oop super combo. I'm a huge geek. I've got nice clothes because of the show, but I'm a huge geek. I crown myself winner of the game. Thank you for playing, buddy. Watch the Wayne Brady Show.
The Bouncer.
top story. Mikado, the company heading the International Space Project, announced the launch of an additional solar power generator satellite. The announcement comes as a surprise to many. So what exactly is a solar power generator satellite? Well, we've prepared some diagrams, so let's take a look. First, an Earth-based station transmits a guidance signal. Upon receiving the signal, the satellite uses a large mirror to generate electricity from solar power. The electricity is then converted to microwave radiation and sent down to the ground station. The ground station then converts the microwave radiation back to electricity, which can then be used for general purposes. The question is, do we need such a costly energy program during this time of recession? And how will people be affected by the large amounts of microwave radiation on Earth? While the Mikado Corporation is in charge of a major internationally funded public project, no details about the launch have thus far been revealed. We will keep a close eye on this story.
Damn it! They beat us to it?
Arrived at the target coordinates. Deploying assault unit.
What's with the sour face? You're scaring away the customers.
Sorry, just doing my job.
Yeah.
Sure is weird weather for spring.
Hey, Dominique, he's been waiting for you. Hurry up.
You're looking busy, Co.
Hey, if we're not doing anything, it means the bar's doing just fine, right, Sion?
Good morning.
Hey, where were you? You're late.
Well, Hey, Sion, when's your birthday?
Birthday? Why?
Sion, it's your shift.
Yeah, I know.
Come to think of it, it was exactly 1 year ago today you first came to this bar and started that giant brawl fest.
Then that means today's your first anniversary as a bouncer. Here, I got this for you.
What's this?
A present.
What the?
Get back, Dominique! Hey, come on!
Ready?
Hey, come on! Dominique! Dominique! Who are they?
They were from Mikado.
Huh, you're awfully well informed.
Let's go to Mikado.
Whoa, hang on. I've got connections. Let me look into it first. I need you to check on something for me. Yeah, I need to get into Mikado fast. Look, I'm in a hurry. Yeah, thanks. Great. What time? Gotcha. We're taking off now. Thanks. I owe you one. There's a special train at the central station that's headed for Mikado.
When?
In half an hour.
Let's go then. We don't have much time.
Looks like he's got a heart after all. Especially when it comes to her.
No kidding.
There's another one.
Yeah. There's a whole bunch of them.
I don't think they're gonna let us through.
Waste them. We've wasted enough time on them.
What is it?
Huh?
You recognize that Black Panther?
No.
Let's get going. We're gonna miss the train.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Rent-a-cops.
Security is tight, as expected.
We're running out of time.
And I guess we'll break through the front.
Hey! What are you doing there?
You think I'm gonna tell you? Guess we don't need tickets.
I think that's it.
again.
I didn't expect such a warm reception.
Shouldn't the train be departing soon?
Uh-huh. It ought to be. We'll time it so that we jump on the train just as it starts to take off. When you hear the whistle, start booking for the train. Don't miss your cue.
Who do you think you're talking to?
You're not getting paid enough to die. Now get out of my way! Hey, come on! The train's moving!
We made it. Somehow.
Looks like we're on a tanker car. This thing's probably carrying rocket fuel for that shuttle launch everyone's been talking about.
You think Dominique's on this train?
The Special Forces are the ones who kidnapped her. Dominique's at Mikado by now.
Oh, really? You seem to know a lot about this, Volt.
Damn.
They know we're here?
After that mess we made back there, yes.
We may have intruders in the last car. Investigate it once. Remember, no guns. Transporting rocket fuel. You got that, Echidna?
Roger. We've got company. They're stowaways. Make sure you give them an appropriate welcome.
Man, we're gonna freeze out here.
Is there any way to get in?
Guess there's no point in hiding. They're gonna tell me where Dominique is, whether they like it or not. Hey, come on!
If you don't have a ticket, you're gonna have to pay. And this ride ain't cheap.
Where did you take Dominique?
So nice to see you again, Echidna.
Is that you, Volt? I thought I finished him off.
Indeed. But I'm not the Volt you once knew. Now it's your turn to take a trip to hell.
This time, I'll make sure I finish you off, along with your friends.
I don't think so.
Dominique. Game over. The Bouncer.
What do you want with Dominique?
It's not over yet. I'll teach you a thing or two about a woman's wrath the next time we meet.
Bolt, what happened between you two?
I think we'll save story time for later.
This thing's carrying rocket fuel. If it slams into the station, we're all gonna be a lot warmer.
Let's detach the last car. Coupler's locked with a card key.
And where are we going to get this card key?
It's probably in the engineer's cab.
But the cargo's in the way.
Then we better find one in this car.
Hey, what if we don't find one?
We're toast. bad dream. We're jumping off as soon as we reach the station.
I don't know how we lived through that.
It's not over yet. See waters rushing in from the explosion. Hurry! This isn't good. The emergency shutters are activating.
So we're dead if we get trapped. We can't go back now. Let's push on. Can't believe they're attacking us. Must really love their job.
I shouldn't be the one to talk.
Hey, come on! 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 Hey, come on!
Pt.3 featuring Gundam Seed.
Ready? Go! Take this! Take this! Ultimate attack! I don't have any other choice! Spaceship down! Battle Assault 3 featuring Gundam Seed.
Options. Do you want to save the current game and settings? Do you want to save the current game and settings? Do you want to load the saved game and settings? Do you want to load the saved game? Mission mode. Enemy mobile suit confirmed. Take out the enemy mobile suits.
I don't want to fight! Okay, I'll capture this machine. No! Don't do it here! Stop it! Trying to pilot a mobile suit? You're in way over your head, Natural. Responding! Multi-drive system offline! Ugh! What's that? He self-destructed?
Good job! You saved us. Which route should we take? All right. Archangel, all ahead, full speed.
Ready? Go! Enemy approaching! Ability
Good job! You saved us. Which route should we take? All right. Archangel, all ahead, full speed.
So this is the last machine. I'll take you down now while I have the chance.
What? You gotta be kidding me! Ready? Go! colony's gonna be in ruins!
Good job! You saved us. All right. Archangel, all ahead, full speed.
I'm not taking it easy on you. You're done for. There's no way I can avoid hitting the colony. What am I gonna do? What must I do? Ready? Go!
Good work. All right. Archangel, all ahead, full speed.
Kira Yamato! Athrin Zala? So it is you, isn't it, Kira? What is this? Why are you here? You should talk. Just what are you doing in that thing? Ready? Go!
Damage to the Archangel has reached 20%.
Ready? Go!
Princess mode.
Ready? Go!
Strike Gundam.
Fighter EX3.
X-Cross, X-Cross, X-Cross.
Street Fighter EX3. Continue. Battle 1, fight! Hadouken! Battle 3, fight! Showoken! 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 Hadouken! 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 Continue.
Explosion.
Hadouken!
Explosion.
Hadouken! 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 Hadouken!
Shoryuken! Hadouken!
Shitsuken!
Hadouken!
Shoryuken!
Hadouken! Shoryuken! Hadouken! Shoryuken! Hadouken! Shoryuken! Shoryuken!
Battle! Fight!
Tiger shot!
Hadouken!
Tiger shot! Tiger grab!
Hadouken! Shoryuken! Shunsuikeku! Hadouken! Shoryuken! Hadouken!
Tiger shot! Tiger shot! Tiger grab! Tiger! Tiger shot! Tiger bro!
Hadouken!
Tiger bro! Tiger shot!
Shoryuken! Hadouken!
いい感じ。
Final battle! Fight!
Psycho Crusher! Psycho Crusher! Psycho Crusher! Psycho Crusher!
もうちょっとキビキビ戦えないの？
Here comes a new challenger. Fighter EX3. EX3.
Two.
Oh, hey there. Maggie up here in the PlayStation R&D office. We've just temporarily lost power to our gravity generator. I was downloading this month's OPM for a sneak preview of the tons of new stuff. So much, in fact, I think I blew a circuit. In this issue, we follow the crew of the PlayStation 2 touring attraction to some of the events to see what it's like to have one of the coolest jobs around. Then we headed up to Crystal Dynamics for a look at Blood Omen 2, Legacy of Kain. We also packed this issue with a bunch of cool moves, demos, and downloads, so check them out! Now, if I could only remember which wire goes with which. The blue with the green, or the green with the red, or was it the red with the yellow? Well, here it goes. Oops, that can't be good.
This game has not yet been rated.
Come on, man. What's up with that?
Everybody, there's a new king in town. Get ready. Mojo, Mojo, Mojo King,
phone?
started a while back. I got this coupon at a burger shop, and I won 100-year supply of noodle products. Since then, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, I'm eating noodles. At first, I liked it, but now, I don't even want to look at it. The only thing that gets me going is the lovely Sunny Funny and her sweet smile. I'll do anything for her. I know! I got it! No! I can't believe.
Parappa, I didn't know you were such a baby.
But little did I know, this was the beginning of a long adventure. Say alright! Say oh yeah! What you gonna do? I gotta believe!
That's right! I'm in the house! Here it comes! Extra, read all about it. The best burgers in town from all around. People from around the world come and get it. The line goes around like a merry-go-round. Cut! Cut! You gotta eat! Yes, very good. Eat! And toast! You gotta cook! You know, doing good now. Come on and cut. Cut. Very nice. You gotta eat. Toast. Yes. Toast. Very nice. And now cook. Right. Burgers, the fries, a shake or a friend. If you're hungry, simply line up at the end. Come on, people, gather round. We got everything you want from all around. Cut the lettuce. Cut the lettuce. You got to heat the grill. Heat the grill. Yeah. Toast the buns. My buns are very toasty. Toast the buns. Cook the patties. Cook the patties. Serve the drinks. Serve them. Serve the drinks. And melt the cheese. Ow! Melt the cheese. French the fries. French them. French the fries. Sweep the floor. Sweep the floors. The ketchup, the mustard, the salt, and the pepper. Pour it on right, guys. We got no extra. You watch the grill, control the flame, guys. Follow the rules, stay productive and wise, and cook those burgers. Cook those burgers. Turn the patty over. Turn the patty over. Come on and watch them fries. I'm not eating. Watch them fries. Better execute tuna. Better execute tuna. Bring on the ketchup. Bring ketchup. Don't forget the cheese. Don't forget the cheese. Bring on the mustard. Bring on the mustard. Handle it with ease. Handle it with ease. Burgers is all we have in mind. If he cooks the best, you better get in line. Now put it on the tray. Is it for here or to go? Any which way it tastes good, you know. Cook those burgers. Turn the patty over. Cut those burgers. Turn the patty over. And cut the lettuce. Don't forget the cheese. Cut the lettuce. Don't forget the cheese. Toast the buns. French the fries. Toast the buns. French the fries. Bring on the ketchup. Sweep the floors. Bring on the ketchup. Sweep the floors. Yeah. Now that's what I'm talking about. Now go serve those burgers right now.
All right. I'm off to a good start.
To the sun, working all day, gotta get things done. You think you're on the money when you're jumping like a bunny, and you're thinking that scene, or just chilling in your limousine. You're thinking that scene, or just chilling in your limousine. Cruising, never losing, hanging in tough, don't wanna fall off. Easy-minded, see you find it. You thinking that scene, or just chilling in your limousine. You thinking that scene, or just chilling. Let's introduce you to the Don.
If you do this for me, you will be a made man. Anything you want.
Experience has taught me that a man like you can be very loyal for the right price.
Step back in time, my friends, to fight for your life. For Cain rises again. You've met the challenges of Soul Reaver and Blood Omen. Now you will face even bigger challenges in Blood Omen 2.
Blood Omen 2 is kind of Cain rediscovering himself in many ways, where Cain is kind of introduced to a rude awakening early on in the game and kind of has to ascend to power once again.
Cain has been resurrected by the few remaining vampires that are alive in Nosgoth, and they need him to infiltrate the Seraphim, try to figure out who the Seraphim Lord is, what is this new magic he's using to kill all the vampires, and try to overthrow him and regain his conquest of Nosgoth.
In a world of darkness, it's hard to tell who is on the side of the just and who is a force for evil. Such is the case with Cain.
One of the great things about the Legacy of Cain universe is it's not so clear-cut who's the good guys, who's the bad guys. There are characters who you may paint as the bad guy, and all of a sudden you then realize that this guy is actually doing something which is of benefit to somebody else. Cain himself is very self-centered. Everything he does is about what's best for Cain at that time, regardless of whether it's seen as a good thing by the world or an evil thing by those around him.
Cain himself is not necessarily a good guy trying to defend the common man. Cain has this very, very clear set of goals of taking over Nosgoth and turning the world to his will.
One day my people would know me again for their lord, but the vampires who were traitors to their kind would know me first of all.
You will enter this world in a weakened state, and you will have to use all your cunning to grow strong once again.
Cain actually begins the game stripped of most of his former powers. He retains the ability, or some aspect of the ability, to hide himself in mist. Therefore, he's out of the range of most human senses.
Later on, you'll also get the charm ability, where you target another character in the game, and then when you activate it, you actually get inside their head, and the camera moves behind them, and now you control that person.
And Cain himself will have to actually defeat bosses who are powerful in that particular dark gift.
But your dark gifts alone will not be enough to ensure your success. You must also learn to arm yourself.
When Cain sees a thief or a thug or a knight with a weapon that he wants, he can take that weapon from him. Now he's got it. There's a large variety of weapons that Cain can pick up. He can pick up a dagger, or he can pick up a sword or axes, and he'll exchange them for other weapons as he needs them.
We decided to implement a feature whereby the weapons could be broken because we didn't want to focus on players being able to, for instance, button mash so that they could get off a whole series of moves without being punished, and that the combat system would actually reward people who skillfully decide when was the right time to defend or attack. It also helps us display just how powerful Cain's strikes in the world are, that you can shatter a weapon upon an enemy.
You may believe yourself an expert in combat. How wrong you will be. This is a different world that you must master.
The combat system for Blood Omen 2 is very, very different from Blood Omen 1. We really wanted to go with something that showed off Kane's strength as a vampire. So what we let Kane do is when we get into a one-on-one combat with a character, Kane can circle around them. You have to time your blocks to the character's attacks. The swords will actually meet up as they're supposed to, so it's really, really cool. But to show off sort of Kane's strength and power, we also let Kane grab other characters. If he can get inside their attacks, he can actually grab them by the neck, lift them up. He's got a weapon. He can do really mean things to them and toss them away.
One thing we've tried to retain for the player is a maximum amount of actions they can perform with the simplest amount of button presses. And so whenever an enemy is attacking Kane, all they need to do is to press the defense or the block button, and we'll actually arrange so that it's perfectly choreographed that Kane will actually intercept the weapon as it's about to land on him. And so it's actually something whereby the player's getting a variety of spectacular style moves, but with the minimum amount of actual control confusion.
Then Kane can also dodge to the side around the person to try to get away from the attack. Now, some of the attacks your opponents have are unblockable, and they have a very special graphic to sort of communicate to the player that you can't block this attack, you have to just get out of the way. Generally, only the larger, stronger enemies have those types of attacks.
It is a mysterious set of forces that controls your fate. You would be wise to learn about them carefully and harness their power.
Glyph technology is something that's very mysterious to the world at the beginning of the game. It's kind of similar to electricity in some ways that people know it's there, but they don't always know what it's about, how it actually works.
You flip switches, and the glyph energy travels across a glyph line, powers up a piece of machinery, and it does something that's cool. It opens a door, it crushes stone, it does whatever.
The Seraphim have been employing it for things such as ward gates, and you can imagine them as metal detectors for vampires, so the humans can pass straight through them. But anytime a vampire nears, it begins to glow, and eventually if the vampire tries to cross such a portal, they'll be repelled, and all the guards in the world around will know that that person was a vampire.
In playing Kane, beware, or you too can fall victim to his spell.
I think vampires are something that has always been kind of on the edges of being in vogue. It's always mysterious, it's seductive. For some people it's erotic perhaps. I don't think it's anything that particularly comes in and out of fashion. It's just always ever-present.
Kane's the most recognized bad guy in video games, and he's really cool, and people love playing him.
How would you like to travel around the country from rock festivals to racing events, from air shows to the Super Bowl? And best of all, you got paid for it. Well, if that sounds good to you, meet the guys from the PlayStation 2 touring attraction.
My name is Stacy Greer. I live in Meadowview, Virginia, and I drive the PlayStation 2 touring attraction all around the United States.
My name is Zach Stanfield. I'm 25. I'm from Georgia. Work on the PlayStation 2 touring attraction.
My name is Gustavo Vergara. I am the tour manager of the PlayStation 2 touring attraction, and we're on Bourbon Street, baby.
That's right, the PlayStation Touring Attraction is a 68-foot-long, 22-wheel truck jam-packed with over 30 PlayStation 2 consoles featuring the hottest new games. So how does one get a job this good?
I was drafted straight out of college, #1 pick. Zach Stanfield out of the University of Georgia? No, not really. I knew someone in the company.
I met the guys that were on a smaller truck, and they told me that the big truck, there were some positions coming up, and so I went to the marketing company before the job was really even open up.
Well, I guess it's just a matter of being in the right place at the right time. Since this sounded like such a cool job, we decided to hang out with them for a while and find out what a typical day was like.
Well, first of all, we bring it in, and Stacy kind of surveys wherever the site is, if it's going to be easy or difficult to get into, if the ground's uneven or not, if there's a dip in the road, things like that.
We level it, we open up the walls, hydraulics, lower the floors down, open up the wing walls. Then you take all the kiosks, which are bolted in the center. We have to move them out to their locations and bolt them back down, plug them in, turn the units on, put whatever game we're going to have in that unit in.
Once we're on the truck and everything's set up, people just coming in, we're hanging out, making sure, nothing's going wrong with any of the consoles or anything like that. And just giving away free stuff here and there, stirring up some excitement, having a good time.
We wanted to know what the best part of their job is.
What's better than being at a rock show for work, getting paid to go watch a concert? It's good stuff. Who else gets to do that?
The coolest events were for sure Ozfest this past summer. That was incredible because we were part of the show. We had all access badges, like we had Rockstar passes in Ozfest. We'd have girls who come on the truck, and be like, "Oh, will you take me backstage? I'll do anything to go backstage." It's crazy, the things you see people do. It's just the wildest ever,
What's up? My name is Brad. Going on in Phoenix from Lincoln Park.
We wondered if they got to meet many celebrities.
Yeah, we've gotten a few. We did the NFL Experience last year on tour, and that was kind of neat because at each stop, players would come on our truck and sign autographs and play some of the games.
Oh, say goodbye.
Next, we caught up with the guys in Monterey at the famous Laguna Seca racetrack for the Shell 300. Here not only could you see fast-paced racing, but also got a chance to check out some of the other cool attractions. Then the gang was off on a cross-country trip to the Voodoo Festival in New Orleans, where we found out what they do on their off time.
In between the road, I'll just find stuff to do, go rent a boat and go wakeboarding. Like here, we're a big old swamp tour today. It's just kind of laid back. It was cool, but at least we got to feel some of like what New Orleans is kind of about,
This is the third most dangerous alligator in the world. One bite in this remote location, I'd surely be done for.
While in New Orleans, we got to see what the boys do best, and this is what they do to get the crowd pumped up.
Every 15 minutes, we get people on the truck. Zach or myself will welcome them, play some music, I usually try to warn them when they come in that the louder they are, the more stuff I'll give them.
Make some noise right now!
I'd like to hear that.
To get a t-shirt or another prize when they come on the truck, we have trivia questions, we have prize giveaways.
I'm going to ask you some simple trivia questions, and if you know the answer, raise your hand. Is that easy?
Maybe we'll have a contest, like I was saying, maybe a little Tekken Tag tournament or Formula One or something like that. The winner will win a t-shirt.
It's 2 laps. Best person wins out of the 2 laps.
Well, it can't be all fun and games. There must be some downside to their jobs.
Being a nomad, I guess, living out of a suitcase all the time, having nowhere to go home to at the end of the day.
Yes.
It's one of the toughest parts.
I can't remember this from our last day.
Guys, I'm serious. I'm totally embarrassed. You're always this charming. Let's sell a PlayStation. Yeah. I really like the PlayStation guys staying here.
Thank you.
Being away from my family and stuff, that gets wearing after a while. But I talk to them on the phone all the time, and we keep in touch via email. And every once in a while, during a really cool event, I'll fly maybe a friend or two out, and we'll just party.
That's right, these guys are on the road 44 weeks out of the year, but their job is definitely in their blood. Even after a long day of giving stuff away, they just can't stop.
We love PlayStation!
Hi, my name is Jesse with the 3DO Company, and today I'm going to show you a cool move for Portal Runner for the PlayStation 2. In Portal Runner, probably one of the hardest levels to beat is the Dragon Boss level. Today I'm going to show you how to deal a 50% instantaneous damage to the dragon and reduce his health level by half. Let me show you how. At the level start position, one of the first things that you want to do is grab these arrows. Run to the moat, enter hotshot mode by pressing the circle button, and shoot every single one of these shields that appear. By shooting these shields, you'll be able to generate power-ups and weapons that will be helpful for you to destroy the dragon. Run to this part of the level and you'll see that there are water arrows in the distance. Wait for the platform to come near you and then jump on it. Press the triangle button to go through your inventory and highlight the water arrows. Run to the moat again, and you'll notice that there are 2 torches on either side of the moat. Extinguish these torches, and they create the lightning arrows. The lightning arrow is what you want to defeat the dragon. Press the triangle button again to scroll through your inventory. Make sure that the lightning arrows are in your inventory. Enter hotshot mode, aim for the dragon, and shoot. The dragon now has 50% health. So by using the lightning arrows, you'll reduce the dragon's health by 50% and be that much closer to defeating the dragon.
My name is Saul, and I'm a tip writer for Sony Computer Entertainment. Today I'm going to show you a cool move for Twisted Metal Black. In this cool move, I'm going to show you how to unlock the hidden character Manslaughter within the prison ship level. Let me show you how it's done. Drive down the ramp into the prison. Drive off to the right here and locate the cargo container in the back here. What you want to do is carefully shoot this cargo container with your machine guns in order to form a ramp. Carefully drive your car right up here and wait for an opening to reveal itself on the side of the ship. Drive into the hull of the ship and destroy the control box. This will lower manslaughter for you. Now when you go back to the character selection screen, manslaughter will be available. My name is Saul, and I'm a tip writer for Sony Computer Entertainment. Today I'm going to show you a cool move for Twisted Metal Black. In this cool move, I'm going to show you how to unlock the hidden level elevators for the multiplayer mode in the highway loop level. Let me show you how it's done. Locate the 4 large spheres within the highway loop level and make sure you have your gas can armed. Fire the gas can at the large spheres. And wait for the large sphere to roll all the way down the highway. Now you'll notice that the large sphere has made a large gaping hole within the tunnel. Locate the black cube over here to unlock the elevator level. Now you have unlocked the hidden level elevators for the multiplayer mode. Make sure to play that with your friends. My name is Saul, and I'm a tip writer for Sony Computer Entertainment. Today I'm going to show you a cool move for the game Kinetica. In this cool move, I'm going to show you a huge shortcut for the track Electrica 2. Let me show you how it's done. The shortcut you're looking for is located just past this second large circular area. Start using your boost when you get right about here, so you can get up to the top deck. Continue to do so to stay on the shortcut. Click as much boost as you can, because right now you're going to be right back on the main track. And here I am back on the track again. Not only will this shortcut cut a lot of time off the track, it also gives you a great opportunity to collect a lot of boost. My name is Saul, and I'm a tip rider for Sony Computer Entertainment. Today I'm going to show you a cool move for the game Kinetica. In this cool move, I'm going to show you a huge shortcut for the level Cliffhanger. Let me show you where it's at. The shortcut you're looking for is directly in front of you. Just drive right through these bushes right here and go through the next set of bushes, back onto the main track. As you can see, there are no racers around you, and you're in first place. Make sure to do that on each lap, and you're almost guaranteed to get a first place.
Hi, my name is Jesse with the 3DO Company, and today I'm going to show you a cool move for Godai Elemental Force for the PlayStation 2. In Godai, you play the role of a ninja who learns elemental magic of earth, fire, water, and air. But what you may not know is that you can combine the elemental magics at the same time during gameplay. Let me show you how. So right now in the game, I'm activating my fire magic. While that's going on, I'm queuing up my earth magic, execute that, and while that's going on, I'm activating my final air magic. So during this time, I am now a super ninja, and I can easily defeat somebody who I normally wouldn't be able to. And that's how it's done.
DJ Kubert, and I'm a scratch musician. A scratch musician is someone that plays the turntable like a musical instrument, pretty much improv on turntables and manipulating sounds on vinyl. CDs are cool, but you can't scratch on them. Any sound on vinyl is a musical instrument to us. The Octagon is right here. This is the Octagon. This is where all the DJs around the world come in recession, kind of like a big jam session. Yeah, my favorite video game would have to be Twisted Metal Black is my favorite video game. I'm just pretty much a Twisted Metal fan. That's just me. Spectre. He's the car that can shoot through walls. Spectre was a guy in the last game, so I don't think I'm kind of different. So, all-time favorite game is Street Fighter 2. I would have to say I kick everyone's ass, Street Fighter. Yeah, I'm the best. So, you know, hands down. Everyone in the crew wants to play video games, so it's just take turns. On tours, we usually practice in the hotel rooms, but sometimes we'll pull out the PlayStation and kind of play games, you know, so that's kind of like a no-no, but we can't help it. You could turn down the music, but leave the sound effects on, and we just blast what we play. I would love to do a fast kind of track for Wipeout. We're doing a movie called Wave Twisters. It's an animated hip-hop graffiti animation. Sid, Garen, and Eric Henry animated, and I did all the music for it.
Sony Computer Entertainment America.
Go back to your mama.
Here we go! Hi-ya! Hi-ya!
Let's dance!
Let's do it! Watcha! Acha! Ha! Tu! Chi!
Warrior! What are you doing? I know! Here we go! Let's do it! Transform! Ape Escape 3!
back to your mama.
Here we go! Hi-ya! Hi-ya!
Let's dance!
I trust that everything is to your satisfaction, my dear friend Spectre.
It's perfect. Very well. Let's team up.
Wonderful. An exquisite decision. Finally it begins! My revenge against those who laughed at me!
Okay. Is Aki here? Huh? Hey, that's my pudding. There are monkeys all throughout the town. They're all over the TV. Anyway, this is huge.
Hey, that hurts.
Okay, there you are.
Huh? That doesn't sound like a recording.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Aki, Kay, Yumi. Oh, I'm so glad you're both safe. Natalie? Details later, but here's what's happening. All right. Those monkeys are loose again. They're out causing trouble all over the world. This time, they're broadcasting weird television shows. That sounds kind of fun. No! Their shows are so stupid that anyone watching becomes a mindless couch potato. Now, I don't want to scare you. But as you can see, Spike and Jimmy and even the professor have all been affected. Oh my. If this continues, the monkeys will affect the whole world. Kay, Yumi, you're going to have to help us. Capture those monkeys and put an end to their mindless TV shows. I'm teleporting a monkey net to you. Use it to capture all of the monkeys. Be careful and good luck. Hey, stop! Cut it out! I hope Natalie will be okay. Well, at least now we know why things are so strange in town.
That's the first time I've seen one of those monkeys.
The teleport is complete. I guess it wasn't just one of Natalie's bad jokes. Oh my! What do you think you're doing? What? He got away! Hurry! Capture him! Looking pretty good.
job. Captured monkey teleportation complete.
Just what's going on here?
I guess that everything Natalie said was true. I guess that those monkeys are causing havoc all over the world. We have to capture all of those monkeys and stop their TV shows. Yumi, Kay, we need the two of you.
Huh?
Will you help us?
Sure!
Of course!
This is the secret TV station base where we'll be providing support to you on your adventures. The warp pad that used to be in our room was destroyed by the monkeys, so we've rebuilt the rear part of the laboratory. If you get on the front warp pad here, you can head out to go capture the monkeys. We've got a game-saving device and a bunch of others all ready for you to use, so be sure to put them to good use. That's the computer. That's where you can load or save your games. If you want to quit midway through your game, be sure you save your progress. Don't forget that. That's the gallery. The various items you've acquired in the shops can all be viewed here. That's the home theater. Any audio CD or movies you've acquired can be listened to or watched there. That's the training room. You can use it to learn how to use gadgets you've just acquired, or to train for other things. Soon you might be able to use it for things other than gadget training. At any rate, what's most important is that you learn how to capture lots of monkeys. That's the shopping area just over there. There are quite a few shops there, so you should check them out. You can play mini-games. If you've picked up a mini-game at the hobby shop, you'll be able to play it here. Looks like you still haven't gotten the mini-game yet. And how about this? You'll be able to tell the future using the monkeys you've captured. You'll be able to find out various predictions about the future, so capture as many of those monkeys as you can. That's the warp pad. From there, you'll head right into the TV programs.
Here I go!
From here on in, I'll provide support to you using this cell phone. I'm going to be giving you some very important advice, so be sure to listen to me. The gadgets you're currently holding are the Stun Club and the Monkey Net. The Stun Club is used for attacking. The Monkey Net is used for capturing monkeys. The Stun Club is assigned to the triangle button, and the Monkey Net is assigned to the X button. You can choose to use the proper gadget for a given situation by pressing its assigned button. And another thing, if you want to listen to the advice once more, use the Stun Club to hit the cell phone. You can hit it by switching over to the Stun Club and then tilting the right analog stick.
Hey sis! It's do or die! The future of the world rests in your hands!
Left of the screen? The more damage you suffer, the fewer of these cookies you'll see up there. If all your cookies get used up, you'll fall over and be unable to move. Keep on picking up as many cookies as you can so you don't get too low.
Cookies will often be found on the ground, but they'll also pop out of the teleports you've destroyed.
Oh, and whenever you see a blue cell phone like this, it won't ring. If you still haven't figured out what to do, just watch and learn. When you find one, just hit it. by hitting them with a gadget. Switches will respond to different kinds of gadgets. Experiment a little bit with them. Looking pretty good. In time attack mode, you have to capture monkeys within a certain amount of time. Each stage has its own number of monkeys you'll need to capture. Try and capture them as quickly as you possibly can. Good luck! Yumi! Here's another gadget I'm going to warp over to you. It's a monkey radar. Use it to find monkeys. You'll probably want to practice learning how to use it in the training room. Want to go over to the training room to try it out? Radar is a gadget that's useful for locating hidden monkeys. If you rotate the right analog stick, the monkey radar will also turn. The trick is to do it slowly. The monkeys will be located in the direction shown by the radar when it changes color and sound. A stuffed monkey is hidden behind one of those 3 doors. See if you can find it. The monkey radar will let you figure it out quickly. Jump by pressing either the R1 or R2 button. If you jump while moving, you'll fly pretty far. Keep practicing. When you've acquired a new gadget, assign it to a button right away. To assign a gadget, you'll need to go to the Choose Gadget screen. Press the Select button to bring up the Choose Gadget screen. Keep that in mind, okay? Tilt the left analog stick and move the cursor over the gadget you want assigned. Choose the circle, X, triangle, or square button, depending on where you want the gadget assigned. The monkey radar is used to seek out monkeys in the direction you tilt the right analog stick. When you locate a monkey, press the L2 button to get its info. When you've acquired a new gadget, assign it to its predecessor. You'll find a peepo camera on the stage. Looks like it's there for the monkeys to use in filming the TV programs. Just what kinds of programs are they trying to shoot? Observe monkeys performing for the camera before you capture them. If you watch them carefully, you'll be able to capture their performance on film. Once you've made a successful shoot, go to the Simian Cinema. Press the R1 button once more mid-jump to perform a double jump. The trick is to stay calm while hitting it twice. A double jump will let you get to really high places. Oh, and whenever you see a blue cell phone like this, it won't ring. If you still haven't figured out what to do, just watch and learn. When you find one, just hit it. Yo! Yo! All your cookies have disappeared, you'll lose a jacket.
Sis, don't go running out of cookies, you hear?
Hey! got quite a workout there. Welcome back. Capturing all of those monkeys must have been tiring, eh? I figured you'd be exhausted, so I made this new device for you. If you use this, you can change into lots of different forms. Different forms? Huh, like what? Why don't you just try it and see? I think you'll be happy with what you can do. Really? Of course. Cool. I'm still putting the finishing touches on it, but it should be done in time for the next stage. Huh? Well, I'll let you know what it will change you into then, okay? Ta-da! Your first morph is the Fantasy Knight. I'm entering the morph data for it into the morph gear. Its specialties are defending and making powerful attacks. You'll probably want to practice learning how to use it in the training room. Want to go over to the training room to try it out? You'll first have to completely fill up the gauge with morph energy. Once the gauge is full, press the R1 button and R2 button together to morph by morph jumping. During a morph jump, tilt the left analog stick at the character you want to morph into, then press the X or circle button. You can only morph for a limited amount of time. You revert when the timer runs out, so watch out. If you want to morph back into your original self, push the R1 and R2 buttons once more at the same time. The green items right in front of you are morph energy. Go get some now.
Here I go!
I would have waited an eternity for this. It's over, Prime. Decepticons, trace the energy wave to its origin. Autobots, we must stop Megatron. Roll out! Let's finish this. Let's do it.
Surf's up!
It's about time.
Let's rock!
Preparing for war. Ready for deployment. Ready for duty. Red alert. Ready for duty. We haven't got a moment to lose. Light our darkest hour. Commander, the Decepticons have followed the Minicon signal to Earth. Our mission directive is to locate the Minicons before they do. Megatron has a head start, and his new Decepticlone army massively outnumber us. This is a full-scale invasion. Navigate your way to the top of that cliff and survey the area. Affirmative. we're picking up enemy activity. It's one of Megatron's new Decepticlone soldiers. Prepare to engage. This will be a good opportunity to adjust your circuits for combat on Earth. Please acknowledge. Received. Commander, the Decepticlones have located a mini-con and are preparing to load it onto that dropship. Recommend you engage the enemy and recover that mini-con. Please acknowledge. Check. You have rescued a mini-con. Good work, sir. Every mini-con you rescue allows you to access extra functions and use different weapons. Keep your optics open while you're out in the field. Mini-cons could be anywhere. You can equip new mini-cons as you rescue them. If you want to modify your mini-con loadout, return to Autobot HQ via Warp Gate. This warp gate appears to be a node in a modified space bridge network. The Minicons created it to travel across Earth. Activate warp gates to log your mission progress. You can also use these to return to Autobot HQ, where you can restore your Energon and modify your Minicon loadout. Is that understood? Will do.
Arena presents.
going to walk you through the basics of how to control the movement of your on-screen character. The controls are so simple. Anybody can learn how to do it. It's showtime! Showtime! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! It's showtime! Oh yeah!
Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Oh yeah!
Yeah! Yeah!
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's showtime!
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Fun, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, listen up. I'm going to walk you through the basics of how to control the movement of your on-screen character. The controls are so simple. Anybody can learn how to do it. It's showtime! Showtime!
Excellent!
Congratulations! Arena presents Congratulations!
いらっしゃいませ、いらっしゃいませ、いらっしゃいませ、いらっしゃいませ。こちらへどうぞ、こちらへどうぞ、こちらへどうぞ。徳畑班長、ありがとうございました。いらっしゃいませ、いらっしゃいませ。大森4丁、お待たせしました。いらっしゃいませ、牛鮭班長、こちらへどうぞ。いらっしゃいませ、いらっしゃいませ。徳畑長、いらっしゃいませ。牛鮭班長、いらっしゃいませ。大森1丁、大森1丁、いらっしゃいませ。長、ありがとうございました。いらっしゃいませ。牛鮭班長、いらっしゃいませ。こちらへどうぞ。ありがとうございました。何？ありがとうございました。何？大森一丁、徳畑一丁、大森一丁、大森一丁、ありがとうございました。いらっしゃいませ。徳畑一丁、いらっしゃいませ。納豆定食一丁、ありがとうございました。徳畑一丁、ありがとうございました。大森一丁、いらっしゃいませ。牛鮭一丁、大森一丁、牛鮭一丁、いらっしゃいませ。一丁、ありがとうございました。いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。徳畑一丁、いらっしゃいませ。一丁、徳畑一丁、ありがとうございました。牛鮭
いらっしゃいませ。
いらっしゃいませ。やったるぜ。 ありがとうございました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。ありがとうございました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁ありがとうございました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。ありがとうございました。お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。ありがとうございました。お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。ありがとうございました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。ありがとうございました。お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。ありがとうございました。お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。一丁お待たせしました。いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。いらっしゃいませ。特盛一丁いらっしゃいませ。一丁いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。一丁波一丁お待たせしました。ありがとうございました。いらっしゃいませ。お待たせしました。お待たせしました。一丁ありがとうございました。一丁いらっしゃいませ。一丁いらっしゃいませ。一丁ありがとうございました。特盛一丁いらっしゃいませ。大盛一丁ありがとうございました。一丁波一丁波一丁お待たせしました。大盛一丁いらっしゃいませ。一丁波一丁お待たせしました。ありがとうございました。波一丁お待たせしました。いらっしゃいませ。一丁波一丁お待たせしました。ありがとうございました。波皿一丁大盛一丁いらっしゃいませ。特盛一丁ありがとうございました。大盛一丁ありがとうございました。いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。一丁お待たせしました。いらっしゃいませ。一丁ありがとうございました。特盛一丁いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。一丁お待たせしました。ありがとうございました。波一丁お待たせしました。ありがとうございました。波皿一丁波一丁お待たせしました。波一丁お待たせしました。いらっしゃいませ。一丁お待たせしました。いらっしゃいませ。特盛一丁いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。特盛一丁いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。一丁いらっしゃいませ。大盛一丁いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。波一丁お待たせしました。お待たせしました。波皿一丁特盛一丁大盛り一丁ありがとうございました。 したお待たせしました一丁波一丁お待たせしました波一丁ありがとうございました大盛り一丁波皿一丁波一丁お待たせしました盛り一丁ありがとうございました波一丁いらっしゃいませいらっしゃいませいらっしゃいませ一丁ありがとうございました大盛り一丁いらっしゃいませ一丁波一丁お待たせしました一丁お待たせしましたありがとうございました一丁いらっしゃいませいらっしゃいませありがとうございましたいらっしゃいませ何大盛り一丁いらっしゃいませ皿一丁特盛り一丁波一丁いらっしゃいませありがとうございました何大盛り一丁波一丁お待たせしました波一丁特盛り一丁特盛り一丁ありがとうございました特盛り一丁いらっしゃいませありがとうございました特盛り一丁いらっしゃいませ波一丁お待たせしました大盛り一丁ありがとうございましたいらっしゃいませありがとうございましたお待たせしましたいらっしゃいませいらっしゃいませいらっしゃいませ波一丁お待たせしました一丁ありがとうございました一丁お待たせしました特盛り一丁お待たせしましたいらっしゃいませ一丁ありがとうございました一丁ありがとうございました波一丁お待たせしました一丁ありがとうございました波一丁お待たせしました牛皿特盛り一丁ありがとうございましたいらっしゃいませ特盛り一丁牛皿特盛り一丁特盛り一丁ありがとうございました一丁波一丁波一丁お待たせしました一丁ありがとうございましたいらっしゃいませありがとうございました波一丁いらっしゃいませいらっしゃいませありがとうございました波一丁お待たせしましたいらっしゃいませ牛皿特盛り一丁波一丁特盛り一丁ありがとうございましたいらっしゃいませありがとうございましたお待たせしましたいらっしゃいませお待たせしました波皿一丁波一丁お待たせしましたいらっしゃいませありがとうございましたお待たせしましたいらっしゃいませいらっしゃいませよっしゃー いらっしゃいませいらっしゃいませいらっしゃいませいらっしゃいませ徳畑長ありがとうございました徳畑長いらっしゃいませありがとうございました牛鮭長徳畑長いらっしゃいませ徳畑長納豆定食長徳畑長ありがとうございましたありがとうございました長いらっしゃいませ牛鮭長ありがとうございました徳畑長牛鮭長ありがとうございました納豆定食大盛り長いらっしゃいませありがとうございました納豆定食長徳畑長いらっしゃいませ長ありがとうございました牛鮭長大盛り長ありがとうございましたありがとうございました納豆定食長大盛り長いらっしゃいませありがとうございました大盛り長ありがとうございましたいらっしゃいませ牛鮭長いらっしゃいませ納豆定食長ありがとうございましたありがとうございました長牛鮭長大盛り長ありがとうございましたいらっしゃいませ牛鮭長いらっしゃいませ牛鮭長いらっしゃいませ徳畑長ありがとうございましたいらっしゃいませ大盛り長何大盛り長徳畑長ありがとうございましたありがとうございました徳畑長いらっしゃいませ大盛り長いらっしゃいませ牛鮭長ありがとうございました徳畑長納豆定食長いらっしゃいませ徳畑長いらっしゃいませいらっしゃいませ何いらっしゃいませ何牛鮭よっしゃー
いらっしゃいませ。
よろしく。いらっしゃいませ。何？ありがとうございました。
よ
いらっしゃいませ。
One entity ruled the world. It was simply called the controller. The controller handled the major decisions of everyone's life. People took it for granted that the controller would handle every aspect of their lives for them. Under the rule of the controller, people lived safe yet uninspired lives of a promised prosperity. As time went on, several powerful factors known as corporations came on the scene. In their separate struggles to gain absolute power, the corporations waged war upon each other. The controller even manipulated the corporation's war. All was going according to the plans of the controller, but somehow the forces of chaos began to rise.
We're nearly there. I'll go over the mission one more time. Your objective is to eliminate all forces occupying the city. The targets are battle MTs. Complete the mission, and you'll be registered as a Raven. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't blow it. Entering the area of operations. Move out. I'll do my best. enemy units destroyed. Not bad for a newcomer. You both performed well. Welcome to the ranks of an elite few. Ravens.
Objective achieved. Test mode engaged. Time limit exceeded. Test mode engaged.
Information has come to light regarding a possible terrorist attack on Global Cortex interests. The instigators have yet to be revealed, but there is no mistaking their intentions. As far as we know, they plan to disable one of our arena facilities and force the cancellation of an upcoming match. Stand by on scene and make sure the attack does not succeed. An overwhelming show of force must be brought to bear so that our response isn't misinterpreted. Hostilities against Global Cortex are not tolerated and will be dealt with accordingly. Due to our stance on this matter, your reward will be determined by the number of enemy units destroyed.
System engaged.
There are more than we expected. Be careful.
Objective achieved.
We'd like you to execute an attack on the Grand Mining Facility. Kisaragi has played a leading role in the mine's operation and just recently uncovered a rich vein of rare metal ore. Needless to say, the ore has considerable value and we're unwilling to allow Kisaragi to corner the market. After consultation with other corporations, it was decided that the mine's resources are to be equally distributed and that we, Mirage, will take over its day-to-day operations. Although Kisaragi agreed to this, they continue to mine the ore and are in clear violation of the arrangement that was settled upon. We want to avoid damage to the mine and its assets, but all Kisaragi personnel are to be removed from the facility.
Engage.
Fire them up! We're heading in!
Avoid damaging any of the mine equipment.
A group of employees, unhappy about our decision to shut down the Zaidan weapons factory, have taken over control. About our decision to shut down the Zaidan weapons factory have taken over control. They've modified the factory's MTs for combat and are using them to keep the demolition team at bay. Remove them from the premises immediately. Closing the factory was a difficult decision, but had to be done in order to accommodate the need for more housing. Every day we are delayed is costing huge sums of money. We're sending you in to end the standoff and get the project back on track. Eliminate all targets in the factory.
Engaged.
Raven, get moving. Clear a path for the transport.
System engaged.
Raven, clear a path for me. Raven, move!
Mission failed.
The factory we had to clear out the other day has been reoccupied. Apparently, the rebellion spread further than we thought.
This is the life. Soaking up the rays. I just need a little more sunblock. This stuff doesn't seem to be a high enough polygon count. Oh! Hey gang, welcome to Maggie Ritaville. I'll bet you're here to get the inside scoop on this month's OPM, right? Well, so much for my vacation. This month we've got all sorts of new features for you discriminating gamers out there. First up, Seattle. We went to the city of much rain to get the behind-the-scenes scoop on Draken, the Ancient's Gates. Then we hung out with the SOCOM US Navy SEALs development team to show you how they went all out to bring you the hottest combat game ever. Besides all that, we've got the usual stash of awesome demos, cool moves, and downloads to keep you busy until next month. Well, time to get back to some warm fun in the sun. Reload simulation. Not another programming bug. This is gonna take a while to fix.
Eight, 5, 4, 3, 1. 7, 6, 1.
EA Sports. Big.
Welcome to SSX Tricky. I hope you're ready. Select mode. World. Single event. Welcome to SSX Tricky. I hope you're ready. Select mode. Pick your poison. World Circuit. This is where you let it all hang out. Single event. When you want to make it quick. Practice. We'll get you ready. Single event. When you want to make it quick. Single event. Here you can dive right into it. Select character. Who's your type? Select mode. How do you want to play? Select character. Who do you want? Elise.
You won't regret this.
Select event. What are you ready for? Show off. Show us your skills. Race. Let's get it on. Select difficulty. How hard do you want it? Garibaldi. This is where you'll find profound elevation. Snow Dream. Let's start things off right. Elysium Alps. The French know how to fly. Mesa Blanca. Showdown at the Snowboard Corral. Mercury City Meltdown. urban chaos on a whole new level. Tokyo Megaplex, where technology and fantasy collide. Aloha Ice Jam. Sun and snow can work. Alaska. Intense edge of your board action. Untracked. Free your board, free your mind. Pipe Dream. Defy the laws of physics. Garibaldi. This is where you'll find profound elevation. Welcome to SSX Tricky. I hope you're ready.
Zog is close. I almost feel his presence.
Thrashinja. Thrashinja. SOCOM U.S. Navy SEALs is a military action strategy game in which you play a team of SEAL special forces that goes out and has to rid the world of terrorism.
I think it differs from some of the other action games that are out there. In terms of the degree, it depends on real-life strategies used by the special forces and the fact that it depends so much on team play as opposed to individual play.
I think the important part of SOCOM is the fact that it's not just a run-and-gun, shoot-'em-up style game. It's actually about you and your Navy SEAL team of 4 going carefully through an environment and performing objectives to fulfill a mission. So rather than typical run around and shoot everything, it's really half about stealth. The way the Navy SEALs tend to operate is that they want to be stealthy for as long as they can, and then when they get to their objectives, they try to accomplish it as quick as possible.
SOCOM was created in cooperation with U.S. Navy Special Warfare Command. It was really important to the Navy that if we were going to create a game based on the U.S. Navy SEALs, that we would create an authentic experience.
One of the most rewarding aspects of the game has been able to work directly with the SEAL teams. We've been fortunate in terms of having the cooperation from the Admiral on down, and have had a wide range of access to the SEAL resources.
We have a small block of C4 we're going to be using. It's double capped, double primed, 6-minute time fuse. Fire in the hole.
Fire in the hole. We've had access to a number of people on the teams to ask technical questions.
What I would do is I may have it rigged a different way.
Okay.
Why normally, I might have it attached to my web gear.
We've used SEALs in motion capture work.
I think so. Yeah, that's pretty good.
SEAL FP walk, ready, go.
This is like the raw mocap data. I just grabbed just the part of the move that's actually going to go into the game.
They allowed us access to certain things in order to help the authenticity, like having us record real weapons on their weapon ranges.
We've gone, I think, to a new level as far as simulating the material properties in the game and how they react to weapons. They're fairly accurate with respect to range and accuracy settings, penetration through different types of materials.
Drywall. Bottles.
So if you go into a world and there's some flimsy wooden crate or something, it's really not a great idea to go hide behind that, because obviously certain weapons would go right through that.
We have had SEALs come in and reservists, which we've used for face scans, which have found their way with camouflage on them, which of course helps disguise identity. We actually have the SEAL faces on characters in the game.
So it's fairly accurate and sort of amazing to think about, wow, this really makes the game feel real.
The lighting in SOCOM isn't just there to be pretty. Shadow equals cover, while bright light equals exposure. So the beginning player will very quickly learn that staying in the shadows is a good thing, because enemies don't see you as often. One of the really cool things about the lighting in SOCOM is that you can manufacture your own darkness by shooting out lights in the environment as you move through it.
So you may walk into a building, and if there's a bunch of enemies in there, you may decide that the right play is to get out a silence weapon, blow out all the lights, so it basically goes nearly pitch dark. Then enemies won't see you, and then you'll put on your night vision goggles to amplify the light. And then you'll get a real advantage over the enemies, and you can run around and shoot them. Because our engine was really developed to try to support gameplay, when we started working with the Navy SEALs, we found out that really they do a lot of stealth navigation through an environment. And so the clutter was there to support the fact that they need a lot of cover and concealment.
So if we want to fill up a valley with very tall grass, we do that. And all this clutter can actually hide multiple characters, but it can also be animated, like the grass can be blowing in the wind, for instance. When you combine this with Shadow, suddenly you have characters who are very nearly invisible to the enemy until they choose to reveal themselves by sudden movement. And this is very like what the SEALs do in the real world. They're completely invisible to the enemy until it's too late.
I think some of the early games out on the PlayStation 2 didn't really investigate all the different ways you can actually accomplish anti-aliasing to smooth out the jaggies. We actually blend multiple lines of the frame buffers, so we basically eliminate the jaggy look. It makes it really nice and smooth, so you don't have anything detracting from the game with edges crawling around. Because we have very large worlds that need to be textured, as well as enemy players and our own SEAL team, we really wanted to be able to have fine, detailed textures. To accomplish that, we came up with a dynamic texture mapping capability where we store textures in the system memory. So when you zoom in on a face or an enemy, you don't see a blurry mess of a player. It's basically very detailed. You can see little details on their shirts, little blood spots. If you actually have shot them a few times, you'll see the blood where it's hit on the player. So it's just real nice detail on the environment as well as the world.
One of the innovative things about SOCOM is that you can use a USB headset, which is packaged with the game, to command your teammates and have them complete objectives for you or to perform specific actions.
Team, hold position.
You can tell them to move to any place you want, or you can have them take up sniper positions or place demolition charges.
Able, deploy frag.
Or you might say, Bravo, stealth to target, and that will tell the Bravo team to actually, in a sneaky way, go to a certain place that you've instructed them.
And it actually really immerses you in the game because you're actually talking to these guys now, and they're following your instructions, and they give you audio feedback as well.
Right, we'll take it from here.
We checked out a lot of speech recognition systems, and I think the one that we found actually is really quite good. I mean, basically it's a system that doesn't need to be trained.
Able, follow.
I think it's in the high 90% recognition rate. I have no problems with it. And in multiplayer, the headset is used for voice chat.
Hey, Newt, don't cross the water. You won't make it across. Oh! Dead man walking.
Because it is a team game, it really adds another interesting level to the game, the fact that you can actually plan and talk to your players.
Watch the sniper. Eric, where's the sniper? Akron, I need a target. They're bunkered up in the sniper tower. They got a 60 gunner down below. He scoped. He's down. Nice shot. All right, boys, we're out of here.
I think we're doing a lot of things that haven't been done before. We have this dynamic route planning. So when the enemies decide they need to get to a certain location, they won't just go through scripted paths. So as they're running along, they will say, okay, I'm here. Where's the enemy team? And they actually will try to find places where they won't be seen as well. Another part of the game is when you are trying to stay stealthy, you may decide to use your silence weapons as long as possible. But even though you kill them with your silenced weapons and you leave bodies out there, those actually leave traces that the SEALs have been there.
So for this reason, we've given you the ability to actually pick up and remove corpses from the field. And then you can hide them in shadow or in camouflage in grass or foliage. There's basically 5 awareness levels, and all of the enemies, with a few exceptions, start at, they're generally unaware. They're just going about their duties, whether it be patrolling or just kind of hanging out. If they hear a noise or something, then they get their awareness raised basically 1 notch to a suspicious state. And then beyond that, then there's a general awareness, directional awareness, and then the full one is specific awareness, where they really know where you're at. And then if they lose sight of you, then they'll basically hunt in that direction for you. Again, trying to anticipate where you've gone. So once you've set them into an alarm state, your chances of survival diminish by the minute. because one alarmed enemy will tell his friends, who will tell his friends, who will tell his friends, and pretty soon you have an entire army against you.
I think we've gone a long ways for a console game. It's a team game, so there's basically team styles of play. It's broadband support, so we can have up to 16 players, up to 8 on 8 for team style games. For multiplayer, there's 8 additional unique multiplayer worlds, and in those multiplayer worlds, there's different types of games you can play. One is a demolition style team game. There's a hostage extract game and a team deathmatch. We have clan support, so you can have kind of some of the nice community aspects of online games where you can actually become a leader of a clan, go pick your favorite players, put together different clans. Then you can send out challenges to other clans and meet in a room and go play your various games and see who's the best clan.
There are legends from times long past when the world was united by an alliance between dragon and man. Though the Order held strong for centuries, it was destroyed by the Dark Union. The dragons of the Order withdrew into timeless slumber. It was then that the warrior Rin discovered the resting place of the dragon Erok. Together they drove back the forces of the Dark Union. Little did they know, their struggles had only just begun.
The dragon! It's returned!
The Desert Lords have enslaved my own people. We can call the dragons back to our world. But we cannot do it ourselves.
I cannot wait. The call must be answered.
But those are just legends. We will deal with the woman.
Well, the story takes off from Draken 1 where Rin and Eric just got through a large battle with the Dark Union, and it starts out Rin's brother's been killed.
So Rin is at her village, she's burying her villagers, kind of saying a final goodbye.
It is the grand summons of the Order.
The Order?
I must answer it, Rin.
And then Erok receives a Grand Order of the Flame summons where he is requested to go aid the city of Sardana, which is the last bastion of good people. And they're at war with the Desert Lords.
A Desert Lord!
Turns out there's another force of the Dark Union, which are called the Desert Lords, and they've come back and are starting to terrorize the world of Draken again.
Your main goal is to open the 4 gates of the Order, and there are these magical portals that allow people to teleport a long distance, so it connects sort of civilized locations.
You don't really know what they are at first, but they are a key to awakening all of the dragons of the Order, which are dormant, just like Erok was.
Your real goal is to be getting through these lands and to be opening these gates in hopes of raising Malashe, who is sort of the mother of all dragons. And she can resurrect all the dragons of the Order to take on and defeat Jasad, who's the main bad guy.
Only a dragon of the Order can open the ancient gates, so Erok is the one who must open these gates and save the world.
In those ancient times, the dragons took on fantastic shapes and sizes, each differing from one another.
We wanted to create dragon races, or dragon types, that just weren't your stereotypical dragons. We wanted to place a dragon in a world and say, what would it look like if it evolved in that area. So we have different types.
Pro dragons, there's a standard form and an ice version which shoots a seeking ice blast. Then we have bat dragons.
Dragons that dwell on cliffsides, so they look more like birds and they perch. Arok is more of your classic dragon. We wanted people to be able to recognize him as, a real powerful classic dragon that he is.
He's one of the dragons of the Order, which are a series of very magical old dragons which have a lot of abilities. They're very intelligent.
It's time we left this place. Nothing but ghosts remain here now.
Arok is your partner in the game. The Knight of the Order of the Flame is bound spiritually with the dragon, so when the dragon feels pain, the knight feels pain as well. So if one dies, the other one dies, and that's how they kind of get their beyond human strength. But then Arok also has his own sort of AI. When he is left to his own devices, he will fly around, he'll defend himself, he'll defend you, so if someone starts attacking you, he'll shoot his fireballs.
I gotcha!
The dragons command both land and sky, and you shall have to learn to do the same.
One of the things we wanted to do with the controls is to make it as seamless as possible between Rin and Arok, because that's obviously the biggest challenge. You're running around on the ground. Game mechanic is somewhat different than when you're flying.
First and foremost, for the control scheme, we want it to be easy, but also be involved enough that people who play the game more will get more involved with the controls and use them more in a kind of an expert mode. You can lock on and engage a character and then use more of the expert D-pad controls to pull off maneuvers that you wouldn't be able to do just using the analog stick.
The journey will contain great adventures, it's true, but you must also learn and grow if you hope to be victorious.
The skill system is, I would say, a role-playing game light. You have the ability, after you kill creatures, to get experience, very much like a traditional role-playing game. As you gain experience, eventually you go up a level. Once you go up a level, you get a skill point that you can apply to either her melee skill, her projectile combat skill, or her magic skill.
Melee attacks range from things like short swords to axes to long swords to magical swords that have different abilities.
If you choose to do the projectile attack, you can go into bow mode and you can just do a standard sort of rapid fire bow, or you can go into sniper mode, which brings you into first person mode where you have a reticle and you can target people from a distance.
We used something before with magic where it was attached to an item, but we wanted Rin to actually learn how to do magic. So we've got a really nice spell system where you actually, as the player, learn how to create shapes in air to generate the power, and you will learn that as you go through the game. You'll pick up skills from other people, so that's an interaction that you get.
There's 16 different spells, each with 3 different levels. So if you specialize in magic, you can get more powerful spells that are really devastating.
So the first level fireball you shoot only does 10 points of damage or something like that, small explosion. If you power that up to level 3 and you throw a fireball, it creates a huge blast radius where you're taking out multiple creatures at once. So it really does pay to specialize for Rin.
Become wise in the ways of both magic and combat, because your foes are perilous and legion.
We have a large range of enemies in this game. We brought back some old favorites from Draken 1, which we call them Hugs, which are orcs, or these little sort of comical creatures that are about half the height of Rin, but they're kind of stocky and buff, and they do lots of rolls and things like that. And then one of my favorite creatures is the primitive giant, Yeti, which is these massive 40-foot tall giants that kind of lumber around the ground, and their attack is they'll pick up anything off the ground that they can throw and huck it at you. And or if you're close enough, they'll pick you up and throw you across the world.
One of the coolest enemies is a 2-headed sea beast kind of thing. He's so large that you end up sort of weaving in and out of his heads as he shoots these flying magical bolts, and you have to attack his head when he's most vulnerable. He's just so huge that it's kind of unusual.
So there's a very wide array of enemies in this game. I think we have something like 35 unique enemy NPCs in the game.
Dragon and Arok are back in a brand new adventure. Travel across many different lands. Build your combat and magic skills. Take control of Arok to rule the skies and save Dragon.
Deep in the heart of the Santa Cruz Mountains stands the Brookdale Lodge, where people have come to escape the stresses of city life for the past century. But hidden behind its calm exterior lurks a much darker and more troubled past, beginning in the early 1900s when the owner's daughter was drowned in the brook that runs directly through the lodge's main dining room. Her ghost is said to wander the halls to this day. The Haunted Lodge was the perfect setting to introduce Tecmo's new horror survival game, Fatal Frame, where the heroine tries to solve the mystery of her brother's disappearance, only to find herself hounded by a host of dark spirits. It was a rainy night in mid-December when 7 North American journalists arrived at the lodge for a night of fun.
Happy haunting, guys!
I believe John Logan.
The night started off innocently enough as the guests were given a tour of the historic lodge by its proprietor.
This is actually the deep end of our swimming pool. It's 8 foot deep. They used to have mermaids swimming in here, and these mermaids would have numbers on them, and they were actually prostitutes. And men would come in here and select the mermaid they wanted, and there was underground tunnels that went across the street to the hotel across the street, and that was the brothel.
Things began to get decidedly more curious as the guests then settled in to hear local residents recount ghost stories from the lodge's rich history and not so distant past.
He died in room 46. 46. That's a terrible room.
I see dead people.
As the hour grew late, the journalists were informed that if they wanted to get their story, they had to stalk the dark halls of the lodge alone in order to find hidden clues about the game. One by one, the Ouija board chose the next victim.
Really scared. I'm the only one left here. I came here with 7 journalists and I can't find them anywhere. We sent them on a scavenger hunt and none of them have returned. I'm truly just really scared.
Those who found the clues retired to their rooms to play Fatal Frame, with a valuable prize awaiting the person who got the furthest in the game.
Is that an excuse? You spent like 3 hours trying to scare me, and then you expect me to sit there and play the game. We're scared to death.
You know, dead babies climbing all over me and stuff. And I was like, oh, no, you don't.
Did you sleep at all?
No. I had trouble putting the control down. And then I stayed up until the break of dawn.
So, Mark, for being the best Fatal Frame player, here's your reward.
The next morning revealed that all the journalists had survived through the evening, each with their own tale to tell. All except one, that is.
It was very successful. We found all of the editors, except for one, Zach. We still don't know where he is.
am I? You sure you want to know?
My name is Saul, and I'm a tip writer for Sony Computer Entertainment. Today I'm going to show you a cool move for the game Kinetica. In this cool move, I'm going to show you a shortcut in the track Metro Escape. Let me show you where it's at. This shortcut is located towards the beginning of the track, off to the right side. Make sure to veer off right about here in order to enter the shortcut. Collect as much boost as you can. And now that you're on the main part of the track, you'll see that you're in first place. As you can tell, this shortcut is towards the beginning of the level, so you want to keep a sharp eye out for it.
Hi, my name is DeMarlo King. I'm here to show you a cool move for Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. In this cool move, I'm going to show you how to make some extra cash. Let's do this. With this cool move, you can do it anywhere and anytime on any level. First thing you want to do is go into your inventory, select a weapon that is expensive, drop it, exit back out into the game. Now you notice that the weapon appears on the ground. Now what you want to do is pause the game, go to change players. Now re-import your character back into the game where you just left off. Now, you notice when your character is reloaded, the sword is still on the ground. She has a sword still in her hand. Pick up the sword that's on the ground, enter your inventory. Now you have two of the same sword. Now repeat this process to gain more weapons, to sell, and make a lot of cash. Now it's all on you.
Hi, my name is Dana. I'm here today to show you a cool move for the game SSX Tricky. In this cool move, I'll show you a quick way to fill up your boost meter by doing one rail slide to another on the level Garibaldi. Here's how you do it. Now what you want to do is do a couple quick jumps at the start of the level, just to build up your boost, then head for the rail at the right of the level. Grind on the rail and then slowly fall to the left using the left joystick and catch the rail. If you do it correctly, you should fill up your boost totally. Then fall off into an uber trick. If you're able to do this successfully, you should have no problems getting a gold medal on the level. With a little practice, you'll hit that rail slide every time, filling up your boost meter and setting you up for uber tricks further down the track. Have fun, break a leg. Hi, my name's Dana, and I'm here today to show you a cool move for the game SSX Tricky. In this cool move, I'm going to show you a shortcut in the track Elysian Alps that if you hit it correctly, it'll put you well ahead of the other racers. Here's how it's done. Go! At the start of the level, go ahead and catch some big air off the first jump. Then head to the left, breaking the sign and landing the rail slide.
Yeah, you're the showstopper!
I'm like a VCR, stuck in fast forward!
Tricky! Tricky!
Lean forward and be sure to use your boost as you go along this path.
Backside 360. In style.
Catch the power up and jump across the canyon.
What up? Talking about. You're ahead of the pack. Backside 720.
Don't be afraid.
If you do this correctly, you'll be placed well ahead of the other racers and in a good position to win the race. Have fun. Hi, my name is Brandon, and I'm going to show you some cool moves for Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3. First of all, I'm going to show you how to create an earthquake in the Los Angeles level. It's really cool, so check it out. Okay, well, to create the earthquake in Los Angeles level, you need to grind 4 specific rails. First being the eastern rail shown there. Second is the southern quake rail. Next, you need to move on over here to the northern quake rail, and last but not least is the western quake rail. As you can see, the bridge is destroyed here, and we can even go on top of it, and it's battered to pieces. So once again, you do not have to grind those rails in any order. You can do them at random. And once you do get on top of the bridge, you just want to look for the car to achieve further goals. Hi, my name is Brandon. Today I'm going to show you how to do some cool moves in Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3. What I'm going to show you is how to get to the pirate ship in the Skater's Island level, and it's done just like this. The pirate flag, you're going to need to grind it once again, and that'll open up the door. That'll allow you to go outside to the pirate ship, which will allow you to achieve even further goals for the level.
My name is Raymond Herrera. I play drums for Fear Factory. I've been a gamer since the age of 10. The thing about Fear Factory is everybody listens to different styles of music, but the foundation of this band is a very heavy band. So I guess we would be like a futuristic industrial metal band, I guess. When I'm on tour, I play every day, and this year I've been on tour since mid-January, so it's a lot of hours. Last night I was playing for like 8 hours straight, and I'll probably do that same thing tonight and the day after, so on. I would definitely have to say Ridge Racer because that was the game I got with the system. And I fell in love with that game right away. The entire Tekken series, the Street Fighter series, Metal Gear Solid, I mean even all the way back to Pac-Man, so I played pretty much everything. Test Drive 4, Test Drive 5, Test Drive Off-Road, Carmageddon, and we did Messiah, NFL Extreme, the frequency game, Cool Borders 2001, Test Drive Off-Road Wide Open for PlayStation 2. I can't think of any more right now, I kind of drew a blank, but there's a lot of them. Yeah, this goes out to Jerry from Papa Roach. When the frequency game comes out, you got to pick it up and master it, because I beat you on Gran Turismo. You beat me on UFC, so now this is going to be the one that's going to really say who's better at what. He's a big gamer too, but I don't know. I'm going to have to say I'm better. It'd be really good to have a band with him, and then we just tour and just play games all day, so I'm going to have to put together a gamer band.
Super Dragon Ball Z!
What do you want to play? This way, you can go and collect the Dragon Balls and gain experience. You'll get to fight lots of strong guys along the way. Isn't that awesome? Once you have all 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon Shenron. Then, he'll grant your wish. This is where you make or delete customized characters. If your EXP gauge is full, you'll be able to power up by learning new skills. Have some matches against your friends. Then you can show us what you learned while training. If you can keep winning, you'll be able to get all the Dragon Balls in one go. And at the end, there's someone no one's seen before. Get in there and do your best. I do a lot of training too, you know. If you keep training, then eventually you'll be unbeatable. Have some matches against your friends. Then you can show us what you learned while training. This is where you change the settings for the game and the controller. Oh, and you can also save or load your game data. You'll get to fight lots of strong guys along the way. Ball to gain experience.
I'll fight as long as you like. I'm glad you didn't just run away. I can't stand cowards.
Let's see what you've learned in training. Final round. Fight!
There! Stop! There! There! Here's a bonus. There! Hey! You do realize I wasn't fighting seriously, right?
I'm a Saiyan Elite! Final round! Fight!
There! Stop! There! Hey! Stop! There! Stop! There!
Just try to run! Take this!
You do realize I wasn't fighting seriously, right?
Final round. Fight! Perfect!
Later.
If you want to fight Cell, you will have to defeat me first. Final round. Fight!
There!
Pocket punch!
You do realize I wasn't fighting seriously, right?
Looks like I'll have to take out the trash. Final round. Fight!
There! Stop! There! Here's a bonus.
What?
There!
Take this! Cannon!
Hey! Bye.
Don't worry, I won't bother to use my full power.
Final round! Fight!
There! 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 Is this a joke? There! Yay!
You do realize I wasn't fighting seriously, right?
Such a waste of time. Final round! Fight!
There! 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 There!
Goodbye!
Not good.
You're finished!
There! Hey! Hey!
Later.
Just a few more seconds, and I'll self-destruct! Looks like this battle's ending in a tie! Seeing you suffer makes it so worthwhile. Game over! Super Dragon Ball Z!
Mom, if you're up there listening, I've come all this way to debut in the country where you died wrestling. I haven't heard from Sis since she told me that she was coming here to enter the Rumble Rose. Maybe I'll find out what happened to her when I enter the tournament. Mom, I'll become the greatest wrestler the world has ever seen and make you proud. If you're listening, watch over me. And Sis. Wow, Rose! I knew something wasn't right.
Go home, Reiko. Oh!
Wait! Why should you give a damn? No, it can't be. I went out of my way to wear this cute little bathing suit today, but... What? Hey, you're Aisha, the famous singer. I'm a huge fan.
So, man, Tex-Mex was all excited about you? She must have been tripping. Kamikaze Rose must be flipping in her grave.
Look, I'm doing the best I can. Take that back.
If you really are a wrestler, make me.
I have to stay focused. Mom, I hope you're watching. Miss Hinomoto, that was some match. What's with the Ms. stuff? Hey, aren't you that girl who took the gold medal in judo?
Yeah, that's me, Makoto, the judo babe. But I'm still new to wrestling. Let's do this!
Whoa, slow down there.
Time to psych up! Fight! Fight! Fight!
Well, I better psych myself up too. Fight!
So, you're Reiko. Must not be half bad to get this far.
I'm not stopping until I become the greatest wrestler the world has ever known. And make my mom up there proud of me. Count on it.
Up there? She could be down there for all you know. Right next to your sister. Get up! Time to get up! Press your luck, little one. Huh? Hey! What do you think you're doing?
Huh? Get out, Reiko. Hurry! Your memory is coming back after meeting little Reiko. No!
Is Eva Rose my sister?
Reiko, daughter of the late Kamikaze Rose. I've been waiting for this day.
Me too. They say wrestlers from Texas are some of the best.
You heard right. I don't mind acting all tough, but don't whine when you get hurt.
I haven't regretted anything yet, and I don't plan to, no matter who I'm fighting.
Spoken like the true child of Kamikaze Rose. Now, giddy up! Nice fight. I should have known. You really are something, just like your mama.
I made a vow with my sister to become the best wrestler in the world. And to make my mom proud.
You'll do it. But you better watch out, because I'll be there to take #1 away from you.
I'm looking forward to seeing you try. Dixie Clements, the 3-count cowgirl. Looks like we're gonna have quite a rivalry. Huh? Makoto?
Reiko must die!
Whoa! Are you really Makoto?
Miss Hinomoto!
Makoto, looks like you've finally come back to us.
I became a monster.
Break it up! You're making me sick!
Anesthesia!
Reiko, thanks to you, everything has changed.
So, it was you that...
I'm gonna make you pay. In the most sadistic way possible, of course.
Wait!
What are you doing here? I thought I told you to leave.
Fujiko, you helped me because I'm your little sister, right?
If you won't withdraw, I'll have to take you down myself.
Fujiko, why? I can't take this.
I can't let Reiko advance ahead of me. Off you go! Rise!
Fujiko!
No, I'm...
We always practiced with Mom when we were little. I'll know it's you when we fight in the ring.
Evil Rose. No use lying anymore. Or should I address you as Fujiko? Beaten by your own little sister. You should feel ashamed after all that training. What a washed-up has-been. I thought you'd be the only one able to pass Lady X's test. Looks like it'll be Reiko in the mother-daughter showdown.
What? It can't be. Mom's still alive?
No, she's dead. Lady X is not Mom. Wrestlers are among the strongest fighters in the world. She's a human weapon, developed using material from them. That's her real form. This witch here transplanted Kamikaze Rose's DNA into a cyborg.
That's right. And your mummy was reborn as Lady X.
So she's not dead.
Reiko, don't be a fool. Lady X needs to be taken down. We have to protect the legend of Kamikaze Rose.
Fujiko.
Well, you'll know when you fight her in the ring.
Fujiko and Makoto were hurt for this? Now I know what I have to do. This thing is not my mom! I won't let it tarnish her legend. Hey! This one's for Makoto. This one's for Fujiko. And this one's for Mom. Yeah!
Reiko.
Mom, did you see? I'm no longer your sweet little girl.
You'll pay dearly, my poor Lady X.
It doesn't matter what harm may come to me. I'll just take it and keep fighting, and I won't stop until I become one of the world's greatest wrestlers, worthy of the family name, along with Sis, right, Fujiko?
Take a look, yeah? Whoa! She's beautiful. I'm talking about a Yankee Rose. Ooh, and she looks wild. 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 Yeah, a little bit hot. Here's the national anthem.
Give up! This match is mine! Angel Dive! Romero Dragon Sleeper! Hoodia! Ready for this? Ready for this? Hey! You're going down! You're going down! Get up! You're going down! Get up! You're going down! Get up! Off you go! I'll never give up! Just getting started. Just getting started. Hey, no, stop! Take this! Stop, please, don't! No, wait! Hey, cut it out! Ouch! Ow! Ouch! Ow! Mom, I hope you are watching. Mom, I hope you are watching. Ice cream. I'm addicted to it right now and found a great place next to my school. That would be red. It just psychs me up. 34, 26, 33. At least, that's what they were a month ago. I like smart guys. You know, the kind who wear glasses and act shy, but are sweet, deep down inside. My sister. I wonder where she is. Yokohama, born and raised. I'm a Yokohama girl, through and through. Nutrition. I eat like crazy after matches. As a wrestler, I really need to gain some more weight. But I wish I didn't have to. All I do is train for matches and work at a part-time job. I also moonlight as a race queen.
here, engaging in a little extreme scuba action. The producer of The Underground thought I should do my hosting for this issue from an exotic locale, and I wasn't about to turn down a free vacation. The props department left a DVD around here someplace. I just hope it hasn't become fish food. Alright, Jaws, you haven't seen a shiny piece of circular plastic, have you? I need it for my presentation. Huh? Oh, come on, you guys. Yeah, that's nice. Gotcha! In this issue, SCEA's motion capture team down in San Diego shows us the ins and outs of this exciting technology. E3 is America's largest video game trade show. Meet the group responsible for designing and creating Sony's incredible booth year after year. Ever wonder how a game makes the jump from PC to PlayStation 2? The developers of Half-Life showed us how it's done. You get all that plus demos, cool moves, downloads, and more. So check it out! Ah, another info-packed issue. Talk about your pearls of wisdom. Get it? Pearls, because it was in an oyster. What? Oh, you suck.
Over the past several years, we've seen all the incredible progress in the quality of animation in sports games. Much of that has to do with the advances in motion capture technology. We wanted to know what goes into making all the moves on the field come to life. So we talked to a few of the experts down at Sony Computer Entertainment in San Diego to find out how they created the most realistic motion capture ever.
The studio brings in talent. They suit them up in a motion capture suit that consists of some reflective markers or little balls, and they capture an animation and try to get a little lifelike motion.
And we'll bring them out and put them in front of 20 plus, cameras. Then we'll be able to capture those reflective markers, and we'll have about 43 markers on the guy at a time, and we'll capture all 43 of those markers. They'll turn into little points in space. It will then go to our animation crew.
And the animators make sure that it looks how it should look when it gets in the game, so that there's no pieces of geometry moving through each other, so that it looks dynamic enough and exciting enough for when you're sitting down and actually playing the game.
Well, not to get too geeked out here, but we wanted to know a little bit more about how this stuff works.
The cameras, when they're on, have a red strobe ring that will send light out from the fronts of the camera, and it will hit these markers that are set to reflect about a 3-degree angle, and that light will bounce back at the camera, and then that camera can say, hey, I recognize a reflection.
One of the biggest improvements in motion capture technology is in the frame rate.
We'll normally capture at 120 frames per second. That's good enough for punching motions, bat motions. It's just when you get a little bit longer than a bat and it starts extending on a guy's arm, 5 feet from a guy's arm, and he's swinging it as fast as he can, that's when you're running into some problems.
Okay, enough of the tech talk. What we really want to know is what games these guys are working on.
Our main job and our main focus is to facilitate SCEA, whether they be Game Day or MLB or SOCOM. Doesn't matter if it's sports or non-sports, as long as it's an SCEA game, we're available to assist.
Most of the games that we work on are sports games. We do all sorts of stuff, at least since I've been in here. We've done basketball games, football games, baseball games. We've also done a number of action games, fighting games, pretty much anything that comes to us. We can do anything where the developers need a real lifelike animation.
Well, this all sounds just a little too easy.
Some of the harder things we have to deal with is if you have two guys fighting, and if I have a marker on my chest and I cover it up with my hand, the cameras obviously aren't going to be able to see it anymore.
That tends to produce the most difficult data for us to deal with. Sometimes the computer will get confused and the markers will swap. They'll change places and it disrupts the data, and so we have to fix those swaps. Some of the stuff takes quite a bit of time to clean. It just depends on the quality of the data, depends on how complicated the motions are, and it depends on how many people are in the scene. Obviously, when we have real extreme motions, when they're bringing in stuntmen to do crazy flips and football tackles, that's really fun to work with because it's not only is it challenging, but it's just interesting to see those motions get transferred onto the computer and work with those.
But the coolest part of their job has to be working with all the professional athletes.
Cool Borders, we had a lot of professional snowboarders coming in, which was really cool. So we captured their motions. Yeah, we have some cool names, some cool people that come through here. It's fun.
We do get kind of high-profile, famous people, athletes and stuff to come in for PR stuff, to do like football moves or basketball moves. That's always kind of exciting, interesting to meet those guys. I've worked with Donovan McNabb from the Eagles, worked with Stephon Marbury and Michael Vick. Those three mostly.
The coolest part of my job is the fact that I'm making video games, getting paid to do it. That's the coolest part. It's every day coming to work, there's something new to work with. There's new emerging technologies every day that we get to look into and play with and be part of.
Working in this atmosphere is obviously a lot of fun. I mean, we're here to make games, and everybody that works here plays games and loves games, and being involved in that atmosphere is just really exciting if you're an enthusiast like myself.
Every year, the video game community gathers at the Electronic Entertainment Expo to show off all the latest in video game technology and software. It's E3, and it's a whirlwind of action and excitement, with amazing booths and demos from hundreds of companies, including Sony Computer Entertainment America.
E3 is a show that was started back in 1995. It was actually a spin-off of CES show, the Consumer Electronics Show, and in fact, PlayStation actually was the group that got the show really started.
The exhibitors' booths at E3 are always incredible displays, but what's even more astonishing is how quickly some of them are created.
I was approached probably 2 years ago by Exhibitors Magazine to do an article, and they wanted to follow me around for a year because they were certain that it took a year to build this kind of a booth. And in actuality, we do it in 4 months, which is incredible.
So how do you design, build, and assemble a 5,000 square foot mini-city, complete with elevators, coliseums, theaters, and restaurants, in only 4 months?
We try to start out with a one-liner from marketing about what our message is for E3. Like, for instance, this year, it's live in your world, play in ours.
We're trying to develop a little bit different look and feel for the booth this year, which would be less character-driven and more technology-driven to demonstrate the games. And we feel that the graphics and the gameplay draw people into the game. And we really want to carry that immersive theme into the booth this year, rather than just having someone standing in front of a kiosk and experiencing the game on their own. We will be using different projection units that will allow a group of people to see one person playing on a game, multiplayer games being viewed from different angles, from different levels in the booth.
So the idea is that for the Planet PlayStation area, when you're up, you have one player here and one player there, and this is.
From then, we go to an outside design firm we have used for the last 4 or 5 years, Mitchell Mock.
And he'll come back to us with as many as 10 initial concepts.
The place that we start for inspiration is, what is the information that we need to communicate? But beyond that, the actual sources of inspiration are things like fashion design or how molecules go together. We're always searching for new materials and how to use those in three-dimensional environments.
And then they'll come across with maybe 15, 20 different small models to give us an idea of what it could look like for this year. Once we hone it down to something more reasonable in terms of number, they'll go back and rework those models and maybe take parts and join things together and make something that we're all agreeing upon as a direction for the year.
Once the design starts taking shape, it's up to Pinnacle Exhibits to build it.
We then go on and produce all of the control drawings and the specifics as to how each piece will be built, and then we'll send these pieces out to the various shops around the country to be produced. As the process moves on, in working with these folks, we are getting video feedback as to the day-to-day process in the shops. We're flying out at different occasions to view pieces around the country that are being done. There are literally hundreds of people involved. Up front, when we're in the engineering phases, we have our team here of detailers and engineers and project managers. But then as it moves into other phases of work, then we get the construction workers going here, the engineers that have to certify the drawings. We have the building electricians, we have the building officials, down to the AV crews, the shipping crews, the lighting crews.
This same team has been working on Sony's E3 booth for 7 years. We wondered if they had any favorite concepts in that time.
There are so many pieces that we've done in the past for these projects that we consider to be just cool. I mean, very cool. And usually there's one specific piece in each exhibit that people really remember and we get comments on throughout the year. This past year, I think the number one choice would be the globe or the sphere that we did in the front of the booth. Video projection, 360 degrees. It was very cool.
That was something that we just flat out invented. It started out as little tiny models, and it was a marble. Somebody said, well, what is it? Then our media guy said, well, could it actually be projections inside? And from a very simple concept of a marble, it turned into one of the most difficult things that we've ever had to accomplish.
When we had tried it in advance, we had never done it with full 360 degrees of projection, and we had also never tried it with full lighting and lasers on the inside.
We had 5 huge projectors inside and 25 very hot lights, and the challenge was, how do you cool it? And we tried everything, it just wasn't enough. We finally ended up using 150,000 cubic feet of liquid nitrogen per day to keep the interior of this thing down to a level that would work, keep it from popping, actually.
And that's not the only last-minute challenge they faced. When working on such a tight schedule, there's bound to be some 11th-hour scrambling.
The cars hanging off the wall in the GT2 section was one of the biggest challenges because those were real cars that we lifted up.
Then there was a problem with the game where we could not use this specific car anymore, so we had to develop a new car for the last slot. This is 4 days before the show. We bought a car in Los Angeles on a credit card and had it sent over. The entire car was stripped and it was turned into a motocross car. And we completely changed this car head to toe and put it on the wall in the last few days.
All in all, the booth takes 4 months to build, 104 truckloads to deliver, and 9 days to set up. But what happens to everything after the end of the show?
After the show is over, basically we have about 52 hours to take it down, disassemble it, put it back in the vans, and bring it back to the warehouse again.
The actual pieces, if they're specific to a game, we have given them to some of the developers to put in their offices or to be used at promotional events. We recently took the Jak and Daxter display from E3 to the opening of Toys R Us on Times Square. So we try to do that.
And the rest is carefully cataloged, put into crates, and stored in the vast warehouse at Pinnacle Exhibits, possibly never to be seen again.
in my trophy room.
In the video game world, there are two rival camps: PC gamers and the people who play their games on consoles. Each platform has its hits and legendary games, the ones that players have to own. The technical challenges in bringing a PC game to a console like the PlayStation 2 are daunting. And gamers on each platform have preferences that have to be overcome. When we heard that Half-Life, one of the most popular PC games of all time, was now available on the PlayStation 2, we rushed out to get the inside story.
Half-Life's pretty much a story of a guy who goes to work. His name's Gordon Freeman. He's just a pretty much average guy, though he does have a PhD, he's intelligent. Black Mesa is a research facility, probably so secretive that not very many people know about it. Basically, they do a lot of scientific research on top secret stuff. He's doing some low-level work for the company. He's a research associate, they call him.
Gordon doesn't need to hear all this. He's a highly trained professional.
He's in this HEV suit, this environmental suit that protects him from the radiation.
It's probably not a problem. Probably, but I'm showing a small discrepancy. Well, no, it's well within sustaining sequence.
He actually inserts this new piece of material that they found on this other planet into this machine for research. A disaster occurs during this experiment, and it basically allows an alien world to come through a warp. Aliens start coming to the planet, especially all around their area.
Sierra Online, the publisher of Half-Life, knew that the process of bringing the game to the PlayStation 2 was going to be tough. To help them, they turned to Gearbox, a veteran company that made their name making mods for Half-Life.
Gearbox Software, they're actually a company down in Texas. They wanted to go ahead and get into the console market. Half-Life on PS2 is our first product on the console.
Stay back! Gordon!
We wanted to take advantage of the PS2 and its high-powered graphics chip, and we were able to put in a lot higher poly models, put in higher textures, really just made the game look a lot nicer. And we were able to add another big piece of content to it that wasn't on the PC as well.
There's a shortcut to the training area that will get you to the surface. Good luck.
That bonus, which should appeal to the hardcore Half-Life fan, is a cooperative mode called Decay.
Decay was developed specifically on the PS2. It's not available on the PC. And it's cooperative play where you play as a character, Gina, who was in the original story. You play along with another fellow scientist, and you have to run around and use the other player to actually solve some of the puzzles that you come across. You can't solve the puzzles on your own, so you have to use the other one cooperatively.
Fans of first-person shooter games on the PC often complain that controls suffer when a game is ported to a console. Sierra Online solved that problem with the PlayStation 2 in two ways.
We wanted to make sure that we could come up with something that the player was going to have a lot of fun with. We found that putting a targeting system in would make things a lot easier on some people who may have a little bit of difficulty playing with the controller. So the targeting system you can use as long as you got your cursor over the enemy, press a button, and it'll lock on. Wherever he moves, you can shoot at him and not have to worry about aiming so precisely. Not only that, we took a few preset configurations that we thought worked really well, put them in the game, and we also allow the player to completely customize their configuration to however they like it.
On the PC, Half-Life has more mods available than just about any game, and the mods will be coming to the PlayStation 2 as well. In fact, Underground viewers will be the first to get the latest Half-Life mod, Uplink, and it's only available on the PlayStation 2.
Excellent. I'm sending the all clear, and the door should open now.
As long as you have Half-Life on the PS2, you can enter in a cheat code and put this disc in, and it allows you to play a new chapter in the Half-Life story.
The Uplink mod is hidden on this issue of the Underground, so it's up to you to find it.
Well, I seem to be seriously wounded.
Can we do this later?
Hi, I'm Dennis Chang from the 3DO Company. I'll be showing a cool move today for Johnny Mosley Mad Tricks for the PlayStation 2. In this cool move, I'll be showing you how you can do rail-to-rail transfer to score major points, as well as open up an alternate path in the San Francisco level. So let's check it out. At the first set of cones, stay to the left of them and take the high road. This will eventually lead you to the alternate path in the tunnel. As you're approaching the tunnel, you can see the 2x multiplier pointing you to where you need to go. Make sure you land the first rail, and now you can do the trick-to-trick stacking and the rail-to-rail transfers. Make sure you land this one next rail on the side of the building. And now you'll be in an alternate path, and you have some major trick points. So for a little practice, this cool move will help you score major trick points and help you open up alternate paths in many other levels, not just San Francisco and Johnny Mosley Mad Tricks. So until next time, keep on tricking.
Hi, my name is Saul, and today I'm going to show a cool move for the game Okagi Shadow King. In this cool move, I'm going to show you how to get the hand knit cap. Let me show you how it's done. To start off, you're going to need to get the message carrying bottle. I got the message carrying bottle at the lighthouse in Rochelle. I just inspected the door twice and received it. Once you got the message carrying bottle, you want to head over to the circus just outside Rochelle. Head over this bridge over to the circus area. Once you get inside the circus area, head over to this area over here and look for the Dreaming Circus Performer. Make sure to speak to this person. The Dreaming Circus Performer will teach you how to send messages in the message bottle. Now the bottle has been released into the water, head over this bridge. And the next thing you're going to want to do is look for the message bottle on the nearby beach. Inspect the bottle and read the message. Head back to the Dreaming Circus Performer and repeat this process 2 more times. Once you've sent the message bottle 3 times, head back to the village of Tennelle and go over into the elder's house. Speak to the little sick girl, and she'll give you the hand knit cap item. The hand knit cap is a really cool item because it increases your attack, your agility, your luck, and your defense. So there you go. Have fun with your added abilities. Hi, my name is Saul, and today I'm going to show you a cool move for the game Half-Life. In this cool move, I'm going to show you an entertaining scene that you might have missed. Let's take a look. When you get to the point of the game when the guard starts following you, make your way on over to the reception area. Use your crowbar on this computer panel right here, and that'll open up these doors. Just make sure to duck when you go through these doors, and stand right about here and watch what happens.
Stay back! Gordon!
When you get out there, don't stand on the bridge, stay by the doors, and have fun. Hi, my name is Saul, and today I'm going to show you a cool move for the game Extermination. In this cool move, I'm going to show you how to get some hidden items in Underground Tunnel Area A. Let me show you how it's done. From the save terminal in Underground Tunnel Area B, head out the door. Climb up these boxes right here and onto this truck and jump over the fire. Walk down this narrow path and go through the door that you just opened. You can always bypass this full motion video here just by pressing the start button. Head down the stairs right here and go through this fence over to where the train is at. Climb up over here on the other side and go past these boxes. Notice that there's a padlock on this door. Simply use your knife to knock it off. Access the terminal right here. Now, as you can see, it's going to move the train over for you. Head back downstairs and through the door. And head back down to the area where the train was at. You'll now notice a hole over here that leads to a vent. Simply press the X button to enter it and climb down the vent. Here you can collect the booster shot type A. You can also collect the MTS vaccine. And more importantly, you can collect the SPR4 magazine. Now that you've collected the more powerful SPR4 magazine and hidden items, you'll be better equipped for the upcoming battles. Good luck!
It's been 2 weeks since I last heard from my brother. But he left a note that led me to this place. I felt as though something was calling me here. Mafuyu. Did something happen to my brother?
Welcome to issue 58 of the PlayStation Underground. In this issue, we go behind the scenes at Electronic Arts LA to talk to the development team behind Medal of Honor Frontline. You Star Wars fans will enjoy our footage and interviews from our trip up to LucasArts to check out the sequel to Starfighter. In the vault, you can try your hand at hot new game demos like Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2002, Skygunner, and Mr. Mosquito. You get all this, plus cool moves, downloads, and more.
Welcome to issue 59 of the PlayStation Underground. In this issue, we get a glimpse at the new SCA.com website and find out what goes into bringing you the coolest new community for gamers on the web. Fans of TV's The King of Queens get to hang out with celebrity gamer Patton Oswalt as he shares his deep, dark fitness confessions. We've also got ringside seats as we go behind the scenes with the developers at Crave Entertainment to find out what goes into making a champion for their new title, UFC Throwdown. Then jump right into the ring with their demo in the vault, along with others like Freakstyle and Stuntman. You got all this plus cool moves, downloads, and more.
People are always asking me if I know Yu Suzuki. With a DualShock controller in your hand, you only speak in half sentences. For a second, I forget about the game on the screen and worry about if the controller will hold up under this pounding. I've got a front row seat for the fight. I do, because of Suzuki-san. The enemies come fast and furious, and I try to fend them off with my best moves. Then suddenly, I realized all of this, the applause, the adrenaline, the battle royale, has got something to do with a guy named Peter.
I'm buying you beer, you've got to listen. This gentleman invented the genre with a game called Virtua Fighter. That's when we learned about a little thing called a polygon.
No, wait, back up. Let me try again. It all started for me in an arcade 9 years ago.
So in 1993, the Virtua Fighter arcade version was completed, and 8 years later, last year, they finished Virtua Fighter 4, the arcade version, and they completed the PS2 version this March.
That's right. My friend Yu Suzuki, the man who invented the 3D fighting game back in 1993, he's brought his latest game, Virtua Fighter 4, home on the PlayStation 2. Now, I know what you're thinking. We've all been here long enough to know. Virtua Fighter is made by Sega, right? How am I playing it on my PlayStation 2?
This is the launch of Virtua Fighter 4 on Sega for PlayStation 2, and for many of us here that's still very difficult to say. However, this is, as official PlayStation Magazine described, the best fighting game ever made.
One thing dies, another is born. Games come and go, but the classics remain. That's how I found myself in San Francisco, at Sega's Fight Club, getting a special sneak preview of Virtua Fighter 4, and seeing Suzuki-san, who is to blame for it all.
The PS2 version has a lot of new features that you can't get on the arcade game. The three main ones are the AI system, the training mode, and the character edit system. The first, training mode, allows users to learn as they play, and they have fun while they learn the moves and learn how to play the game. The character edit system in Virtua Fighter 4 has over 400 hidden items in the game. These are like sunglasses, different clothes, different hats, all kinds of different things that you can use to customize your character, and basically make a character all your own. Third is the AI system. A lot of people think that fighting games are only for hardcore gamers, or the controls are too difficult and they can't really learn to play them. But even for people like that, they can use this AI system to train their own AI fighter, and basically cheer them on and watch their character fight through the game.
You could see it all at the Sega Fight Club. People from all over the world, living one day at a time, coming to blow off steam. There was a martial arts demonstration from the US Wing Chun Kung Fu Academy, which is fitting because it was experiencing just such a Kung Fu demonstration that inspired Suzuki-san to create Virtua Fighter in the first place.
The original reason I decided I wanted to make Virtua Fighter was because I went to China and saw a bunch of martial arts masters and really took an interest in that. And so when I came back to Japan and was describing this to my staff, I needed to be able to show them what sort of moves I was talking about.
I became addicted to his game in the arcades. Now I can play it at home. And I'm not alone. 4 tournament winners from around the nation were brought to the Sega Fight Club to show us what they had, and to fight for a Virtua Fighter 4 arcade machine, signed by Suzuki himself.
They flew me out here on Saturday and gave me an amazing hotel to stay out and cash to go get in trouble with. And today I just won an arcade machine from Sega.
All night long we fought, shaking off our normalness, becoming more real, more alive. Now I'm not sure where the line is between the game and reality, where the fighting ends. The controller is in my hands, the PlayStation 2 is always on, and I think it's all because of you, Suzuki. I should know. I know the man and his games.
Let's hear it for you.
What do you get when you combine boxers, wrestlers, and martial artists, put them in an octagon-shaped ring, and plant that ring in the middle of the craziest town on Earth? You get the Ultimate Fighting Championship. And when you take the Ultimate Fighting Championship to the PlayStation 2, you get a brand new fighting game, UFC Throwdown.
Let's go!
UFC is Ultimate Fighting Championship. It's the premier mixed martial arts competition in the world. It was established in 1993 kind of as a spectacle for pay-per-view, pitting like jiu-jitsu experts against pretty much all the other martial arts out there. The Ultimate Fighting Championship is 100% real. All of the fights are, the guys are actually making contact with each other. There's actually blood, there's actually arms being twisted in positions that cause them to tap out.
It's punches, kicks, it's real contact, full contact, minimal gloves, not like boxing where there's a bunch of padding.
To find out more about the Ultimate Fighting Championship, we headed to Las Vegas to check out UFC 36 Worlds Collide at the MGM Grand Hotel.
It's mixed martial arts. It incorporates everything, boxing, kickboxing, wrestling, submissions.
In the beginning of the sport, I think it was more or less people training with their own style, and now everybody's going out and trying to gather up people that know as much about each one of them as they possibly can.
I've trained in all of them, and for me, it's just something that combines them all and makes it more exciting, I think.
UFC is 2 men into the octagon, and the best man leaves.
All the fighters that we talked to in Las Vegas loved UFC Throwdown on the PlayStation 2, not just because of the amazing action, but because of all the ways that you can play the game.
We have several modes in the game. The arcade is very similar to what you would want to play in an arcade, where you use fight after fight after fight just to get into the action, play, have fun. UFC mode is actually a simulation of the actual event, what you would see on a pay-per-view event on television. So you have bracketed systems where you move to win the championship belt.
Another mode is tournament mode. That's the party mode, where up to 8 players, human or computer-controlled players, can go into a game and battle it out in their own UFC tournament and vie for the ultimate control of their own octagon in the living room, basically.
What I'm really happy with the PlayStation 2 version is what we're calling the career mode. I played up as like the build the best mode. And what it does is it lets you spend anywhere from 10 or 15 hours really customizing your character.
In career mode, a player goes in and begins to create their character, chooses the fighting style, chooses how they look, skin tone, color their clothes, and decides to name them, their hometown, everything. And when they complete those, they get extra skill points that they can assign to things like their punch skill, grappling skill. If it's maybe a heavier fighter, he's going to start out slower, so they can increase their speed. After that is done, they can take them through a training process.
Well, you need to go see like a jiu-jitsu master if you want to learn jiu-jitsu moves. So you actually go and we take the player through learning the different moves as opposed to just giving it to them. And you have a certain amount of like points that you can apply to different disciplines. So you have to pick early on, you know, am I going to focus on wrestling, you know, for ground-based fighting and kickboxing for striking? Then I've got to go and actually meet with those masters, and they'll enter you into like small tournaments where you actually get more points.
The game's artists worked overtime to bring the action from the octagon to life.
Well, the beautiful thing about this game is our character models. We have character models that are 9,000 polys plus, which allows us to put a lot of detail into the characters. You'll be able to see their facial animations and the body. As you move your character's arms, the muscles will flex.
Here at the PlayStation Underground, we're dedicated to bringing you a one-of-a-kind, behind-the-scenes look at the hot new games coming out for the PlayStation 2. That's why we knew you'd want to find out how to get the jump on the hottest news. In summer 2002, Sony Computer Entertainment launches their new site created by San Francisco design firm 415. You're not going to believe what they have in store for you.
The way I would describe this site is almost as if it's a journey or a train that's taking you into this big, huge community of information and support for gamers.
So in that sense, it could be very much like a game. It's not a thumb-pressing, mad, kill your enemies game, but it hopefully is a great exploratory experience for all the people on it.
While there's tons of content throughout the site, to get the best information, you have to be a member of the PlayStation Underground. But don't worry if you're not, it's free to join.
The biggest area of the site is the PlayStation Underground, and this is going to be really a community for gamers to go to get information on PlayStation games that they can't get anywhere else. We will have cheats, codes, hints, walkthroughs, cool moves for games that really don't exist on any other site. We'll also have the Game Finder, because with 1,500 titles, sometimes you don't know what game you might want to try next. Well, we'll ask the user different questions about what they might want in a game, and we'll provide them a list of games that might work for them.
So what does it take to build the premier gaming site on the web?
You might think that a process like this would start with us sitting around and brainstorming and figuring out all the great ideas that we can think of. But it turns out in reality, it's the gamers that come up with the ideas.
We actually talk to gamers and find out what they like or don't like about current things that are being done, where, you know, their kind of interests lie. So we really want to try to get into their head, because they are the people that are going to be using the site.
By telling us about yourself, we can feed you information you want to get and also turn off information that you don't want to get. So I think the coolest part is letting them see we've gone beyond information to interaction.
And we also do a session with the client where we get everybody involved in the project together and everybody just throws out ideas. And this is kind of developing some kind of visual dialogue between us and the client, so we know exactly what they're talking about. And then we take this information that we get from our creative discovery, and then we take that back to our studio and start to work together with the other designers to come up with, possible directions that we may take.
I would say that the main difference between this project and a lot of the other projects we do is, simply put, the audience. They have extremely high standards for visuals, and so we can really push the visual envelope and we can really push the user interface design on this because these folks are very comfortable in this environment, and that's a luxury for us. We don't always have such a sophisticated audience.
Log on to the all-new www.sea.com to discover all the latest in PlayStation information, from peripherals and hardware to hints, cheats, and walkthroughs, as well as the release dates of upcoming titles. And be sure to keep checking back because content is going to be constantly updated.
It is cheaper to buy vegetables here. Well, I'd better hurry home and make that stew for now. What is... Of all times...
Chairman, we're ready to launch. Press the select button to launch.
Okay, I have to keep Nunao's home safe.
Adam Sessler.
And we're outside the Sony store at Metreon on the very eve of the PlayStation 2 launch.
Yes, we're hours away where a few hundred lucky people are hoping to receive a PlayStation 2 on the day of its launch.
Yeah, good luck.
Yes.
Because?
Well, due to the fact that there's not that many available right now.
No kidding. All these people are staying here all night in the cold and the impending rain. They don't even know if they're going to get one yet.
Plus, they had to bring in these PlayStation 2s under very tight security.
How tight?
Well, tight enough that I'd have to kill you if I told you.
Weird. Well, then, let's take a closer look at the PlayStation 2 and find out what all this fuss is about, what these people are waiting for. The demand is high. The hype is huge. The time has arrived. The PlayStation 2 has finally landed on U.S. soil. Only those lucky enough to actually get their hands on one will be able to see if the hardware measures up to the hype. The battle of the next generation consoles has officially begun. There's been tons of speculation about the PlayStation 2 in the past months, even years. We do know this. It's a 128-bit, 300 megahertz game console that also plays CDs and DVDs. And for now, it's the fastest gaming machine on the market.
Because of the technology that we've been able to pack into the PlayStation 2, it's going to offer a very compelling gameplay, more depth and character, if you will, more thick story plots because of the memory size that we have. Really a total emotional experience.
When you open your PS2 box, you'll find the sleek black console, of course, as well as one controller, the DualShock 2. Besides the cables and styrofoam, that's about it. If you want to invest in some peripherals, you can buy a multi-tap adapter or an 8-megabyte memory card. As time goes on, other peripherals will be coming from Sony, including a hard drive and an Ethernet connector, allowing gamers to go online. The arrival of the PS2 is the biggest consumer electronics launch in history. Sony hopes to ship 3 million units by March of 2001. So far, they've fallen short of their projected production, however. Sony originally promised that 1 million consoles would be shipped at launch. As it turns out, only half as many are coming ashore.
The delay that we've experienced in the PlayStation 2 production was just a combination of component shortages that we unfortunately did not expect.
The coming months will show whether or not Sony's able to make up for the production shortfall. Game developers have been hard at work creating games for the new console since its announcement.
Certainly with the PlayStation 2, we've been able to, again, pack a lot of technology into it and also, therefore, give the software development teams more colors on a palette, if you will.
The next generation for us as developers is extremely exciting. You know, that it's a clean sheet of paper. There's nothing there. There's no perception of what can be done.
I think the PlayStation 2 is an amazing piece of hardware. I'm having a great time with it. I know that the other pieces of hardware that are coming are also amazing. And there'll be things we can do with those that you can't do with the PlayStation 2, and that's okay. That's part of the evolution of gaming.
Well, the evolution of gaming has already taken casualties. Some companies have found it very challenging to develop for the PS2. Recently, Oddworld inhabitants decided not to port their new Munch's Odyssey game to the Sony console.
When we heard about the Sony platform, that was basically going to be so much faster and so much more realistic and all these wonderful things, you know, we went, well, of course, that's the platform we'd like to be on. But grappling with the inherent problems that one has when they're trying to create work that looks really real and you're working on a console that just really can't deliver the kind of reality we're looking for. A lot of things we thought would be a hell of a lot easier, and they're not.
Regardless of the problems some developers have had, there's no denying that many of the games launching with the PS2 look stunning. Sony has about a year to establish the PS2 in the American gaming market before more competition arrives. Nintendo and Microsoft are watching carefully as they plan the release of their new machines. Part of Sony's strategy is to sell the PlayStation 2 as more than just a gaming console. With multiple inputs, such as USB and FireWire providing room for expansion, much more could be in store for this little black box. We're going to have some more information on the future of the PlayStation 2 coming up later in the show.
But given the significance of the evening, it would be appropriate for us to address one of the most common questions asked here at GameSpot TV. Which of the next generation console systems is going to be the best? Unfortunately, we can't answer that because we need to have each one in its finished form for us to actually give a true opinion.
Right, I mean, you can have the sickest list of hardware specs in the whole world, but it all comes down to the software implementation. Let me put it this way. If you have a top-of-the-line, really expensive force feedback steering wheel, but your game has a bad force feedback implementation, it's not going to be any use to you anyway.
And also, one system won't be the best for all people. Certain people like certain types of games that certain systems will specialize in. So don't think that just because the PlayStation 2 is your favorite, that it should be everybody's favorite.
Right, so when it comes down to it with all the next-gen consoles, show us the games.
Coming up on GameSpot TV, we battle samurais in medieval Japan in what looks to be one of the most promising strategy sim titles on the PS2.
GameSpot TV in the front of the all-night PlayStation 2 line, and we are here with Paul, who is first. Paul, how's it feel to be first in line?
It feels great. You know, I've been waiting for this moment for a few days now, and I just can't wait till PlayStation 2 is ready to be sold to me.
All right, so Paul, how long have you been here?
I've been here since 8:30 last night.
And it rained on you?
It rained, it was hot, it was cold. I went through it all with me and my buddies.
So this is a dedicated man. Now, his buddies were all here since midnight. They are...
My name's Nat. Edgar. Rich.
All right, guys, so what game are you most looking forward to seeing come out on the PlayStation 2?
Kessen!
Okay, here it is.
This battle shall decide the fate of Tokugawa. Attack!
If there's one company that knows its strategy simulation games, it's Koei. Their first contribution to the PS2 is Kessen.
Fire!
It's a title that follows in the tradition of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms series, yet doesn't burden the player with the complexities seen in previous Koei releases. Kessen is based during the Shogun era of Japan. You initially take the role of Ieyasu Tokugawa, leading your troops to battle against Mitsunari Ishida. When engaged in battle, you can switch from the field map to the battle view. The latter can be fun to watch since the skirmishes are done in real time. Visually, the sight of hundreds of soldiers on a battlefield is awesome, showing that Koei has put the PS2's hardware to good use.
Die!
The audio elements more than add to the game's epic feel. The dialogue is witty.
Fight me if you dare! Take this!
The soundtrack is amazing and the sound effects are realistic.
Take this!
Kessen will definitely be one for the Japanese history buffs, but because of its relatively easy interface, novice gamers should also take note.
This wealth of sonatas.
Your life is mine!
Well, here we are in line with Albert. We just saw Kessen, which is a strategy game. Do you play many strategy games?
Yeah, I like strategy games. They're kind of cool.
Yeah, I know that the Kessen's supposed to be a lot easier to play than some of the other Koei strategy games that have been out there. But that's not your favorite type of game, is it?
No, it's not really. I like the giant robot, like mech fighting games and stuff.
Like, and what is behind this?
Well, ever since I was little, I used to watch Robotech. I love like anything with big hulking metal things blowing stuff up.
Right, and there's a couple games that are mech-oriented that are coming out for the PlayStation 2. There's Armored Core 2 and
Gun Griffin Blaze.
It's just another day of sweating it out in your favorite mech. 2 years after the release of Gun Griffin 2, Game Art's Gun Griffin Blaze is out for the PS2, complete with mechs, non-stop action, and the horrors of a post-apocalyptic global power struggle. The core of your mission entails taking out everything from enemy mechs to helicopters, and the CPU has a more than decent AI, so your maneuvering skills will be put to the test. Complete your tasks, and you're rewarded with points that you can use to unlock a slew of secrets from new mechs to alternate level scenarios. Visually, the game excels in quantity. Enemies swarm around you, and there is never a shortage of particle and smoke effects. For continuity's sake, the sound effects have been lifted from the previous Gun Griffins, though the radio banter has been improved upon. Gun Griffin Blaze promises to be both fun and strategic without burdening the player with much realism. Coming up on GameSpot TV, we have football action. We jump on the gridiron with Madden 2001 for the PlayStation 2. And we get radical on the slopes in the awesome PS2 snowboarding title, SSX.
Call.
Welcome back to GameSpot TV here, waiting for the PS2 at the Metreon in San Francisco. And joining me right now is Jeffrey. Now, there haven't been too many first-person shooter games available on most of the consoles, though I know you have a personal favorite.
Yes, I've been looking forward to Time Splitters on PlayStation 2. I have played a lot of 007 on the Nintendo 64, and seeing it's from the same group of programmers, I thought the gameplay on it was awesome. The multiplayer is one of the greatest things I really like about it. It's great having 4 people playing on the same time.
Yes, it's a good thing, and it's also being developed by a lot of the people from Rare that did work on GoldenEye. So, without much further ado, let's look at Time Splitters. Time Splitters, a first-person shooter, adopts the aesthetics of B-movies, which means kooky characters abound. Imagine cop show detectives, aliens, and robots inhabiting places like cathedrals, graveyards, and otherworldly spacecrafts. And you've got this new game for the PS2. The game focuses on multiplayer combat, which allows for some knuckle-whitening shootouts. It's not an intellectual game. Time Splitters levels seem geared towards the mowing down of opponents. Prior to the matches, you and your fellow players select your characters. Player 1 sets the parameters for the match, such as the number of kills needed to win, the weapons and bots present, and the arena in which the battle will take place. The game also includes a level editor. Arenas with up to 8 floors can be constructed, and there are a variety of texture sets with which to decorate the arenas. Many things can be tweaked, from weapon availability and bot population to lighting effects. Every console needs a good shoot-'em-up game, and Time Splitters provides the PS2 just that.
So there was our look at Time Splitters, first-person shooter, classic gaming genre. Now let's move on to the fighting genre. Now I'm standing here with my new best friend, Richard. Why are you my new best friend, Richard?
Because we both love DOA too.
Oh, yes we do. Oh, yes we do. Now check it out. Look what he has right here. A blue bracelet. This means he is in fact getting a PlayStation 2. So why do you want DOA 2 hardcore so much?
Because for one thing, they added more polygon counts that make it smoother. Anti-alias is intact. And I love the motion capture demonstrations they did just for PS2.
All right, cool.